Good evening. It's nice to see a packed house in here. I'm Jacqueline Sustaita, President of the Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This regular board meeting is being conducted in compliance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. The board is meeting by the use of Google Meets and telephone transmission, which allows two-way communication for members of the public during public comments. A recording of this meeting is being made and will be made available to the public at a later date. The time is now 5:40 p.m. and I call this meeting to order. I'll now begin the roll call. Each board member, I call your name. If you're here, say present or here. Trustee Rodriguez.
Present.
Trustee Cuellar. Trustee Castillo.
Present.
Trustee Trevino.
Present.
Trustee Nieto.
Present.
Trustee De Los Santos. Let the record show that a quorum of board members are in attendance. We'll now move on to item number 3, invocation.
Good evening, Madam President, Dr. De Vera, members of the board. Tonight, for the invocation, it will be delivered by Abby Science, 4th grade teacher from Silva Elementary.
Good evening. It's an honor to stand here. Before I begin, I just wanted to say that I am a product of Weslaco East class of 06, and being an elementary teacher now here in Weslaco ISD just fills my heart with joy. I've been trying to come back for a long time, and it's an honor to be here tonight to represent my school. I encourage all of our staff and families tonight in this leading prayer to feel God's love and favor upon each and every one of you. May you be the positive impact in a student's life in all you do this school year. I invite you now to bow your heads and close your eyes to display reverence tonight. Father, we thank you for the opportunity to unite us tonight in your wisdom and truth. We ask you for our school board members that are willing to receive your guidance throughout this night for the better of our students, our staff, and families. We honor your will being done here in the midst of their decisions, planning, and events for the future of Weslaco ISD. While we reflect your love this month more than ever, God, we ask that you allow the creativity in this board to connect our students to what they need to further succeed as they continue their education with us. We thank you for your answers to our prayers and the hope you bring to every situation that we surrender to you. We love you. We praise you with all we are. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Ms. Science. We'll move on to item number 4, the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge.
Yes, up next we have two students, two of our boys and girls from Silva Elementary. How about if they come up here? Let's have them step up and give them a big hand. Well, with us here we have Georgie Olivares, who is a 5th grade student at Rudy Silva Elementary, and he is the son of George Jr. and Valerie Olivares. Georgie is part of the Junior Lighthouse team at Silva Elementary, Junior FFA, and plays baseball in the Weslaco community. Georgie scored a master's distinction on the Math Star Assessment last year. Georgie wants to attend Baylor University. How about we give him a big hand? Also with us tonight is Sofia Gonzalez, who is a 3rd grader at Silva Elementary, and her parents are George and Diana Gonzalez. Sofia loves softball and went to the World Series in 2022. She enjoys singing and playing an instrument in the Mariachi Silva Junior Lighthouse Choir and the Drama Club at Silva Elementary. Sofia wants to attend UT-RGV because she wants to be an engineer. Have a big hand for Sofia Gonzalez. And if their parents are here, can they please stand and be recognized? Parents. Okay, if everyone can please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge. Okay, let's start, okay?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Texas Pledge.
Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance
Thank you, Georgie and Sophia, for guiding us in the pledge. Item number 4 is awards and recognitions.
Yes, Madam President, we have several awards and recognitions tonight. We'd like to start off by recognizing someone from Weslaco ISD High School. Would you like to step forward, please? Let's have a big hand for Miss Estrella Carlos. Tonight we want to recognize a very special young lady. The senior from Weslaco ISD High School stopped in to help a fellow classmate with a life-saving procedure. And so tonight we honor her. She performed the Heimlich maneuver when she realized that a friend was choking. Her quick thinking and knowledge of this skill helped save a life. She has already been recognized on the local news and at the City of Weslaco Commissioners meeting. And tonight we honor Estrella Carlos for this heroic act. We'd also like to recognize her families here. Thank you very much for being here. All right. Up next, we have a check presentation for a grant that Weslaco ISD received. So we have some members from the FCCLA group at Weslaco High School and Weslaco East. Maybe we'll take that with you. Ms. Martin? You can stand right here. Maybe you want to set them up real quick? All right, let me say a few words real quick. Okay, perfect. Well, the Weslaco High School Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America, FCCLA, student organization, was recently awarded a Knapp Community Cares Foundation grant. And tonight we want to congratulate our students for their contribution to this community service project. The grant is for $38,477, which will be used to continue the high school Adopt a Park initiative. To help present this grant, our CEO of Knapp Community Care Foundation, Bonnie Gonzalez, say hello, and Director of Grants and Programs, Mel Escamilla. Little wave. Thank you. And we also have members of FCCLA here, Clarissa Diaz. Hello. Natalie Medrano, and Yaneli Segovia. Also with us is Miss Mary Martin, their sponsor. So with this funding, FCCLA will add a music garden to Gibson Park right here in Weslaco. That's going to be money well spent. So once again, congratulations to FCCLA, and thank you very much from the Knapp Community Cares Foundation. Thank you. Okay, come on out, folks. How about a big hand as we recognize some choir members from Weslaco High School? Tonight, several Weslaco High School choir members who recently qualified for the UIL Texas State Solo and Ensemble Contest. Let's recognize these state qualifiers. As I say your name, you can please step forward so we could recognize you, okay? We'll start, well, she's not here. Miss Iris Acevedo is not present, I see. Cleo Castro. Brianna Gonzalez. Catherine Molina. We would also like to recognize choir director Denise Martinez. Is she here? So once again, congratulations for qualifying for state, and good luck at the state level. If their parents are here, real quick, if your parents are here, can they please stand and recognize parents? Thank you very much, and once again, congratulations. can exit this way. Come on in. And now we'd like to recognize some Weslaco High School mariachi members. How about a big hand as they enter the room? Tonight we want to celebrate a tremendous accomplishment. Weslaco ISD High School Mariachi Kikwani received a Division I rating and have advanced to state for the first time in the school's history. So up next, they will be competing for a 5A state title. So let's recognize our mariachi members one at a time. So as I say your name, if you could please step forward so you can be recognized. We'll start off with Adrian Alejandro. Clarissa Alvarez. George Castillo. Eric Contreras. Edward de Alba. Ricardo de Alba. Christian de la Cruz. Fernando Garza. Ileana Martinez. Giara Ortiz. Giancarlo Ortiz. Gianni Ortiz. Leslie Quintero. And also we'd like to recognize the mariachi director, Mr. Pierre Sustaita. And parents, if you're here, can you please stand and be recognized? Parents. Once again, thank you very much. Congratulations. You may exit this way. Up next tonight, we would like to recognize members of the Mariachi Pantera from Weslaco High School. Okay. We want to recognize the Weslaco High School Mariachi Pantera. The group has received back-to-back Division I ratings, and this group will travel to Seguin for the 6A state competition. Up next, we're going to recognize the mariachi members one at a time. And as I say your name, you can please step forward so you can be recognized, okay? We'll start off with Caitlin Burciaga. Ismael de Castillo. Antonio de la Anda. Aiden de la Rosa. Athena Gonzalez. Angel Guerra. Ismael Guerrero. Alfonso Jimenez. Ioana Martinez. Gabriela Oliva. Alan Olivares. Jaime Olivares. Angela Reyes. Isabella Sanchez. Randy Torres. And we would also like to recognize Mariachi Director Jose Zamora. And parents, if you're here, can you please stand and be recognized? Parents. Once again, congratulations, fantastic job, and good luck at state. You may exit this way. Up next, we would like to recognize some of our athletes from the swim program. How to big hand as they enter the room. All right, so we have members of the Weslaco East and Weslaco High School swim programs, and we're going to say a few words about you. As I say your name, if you could please step forward so you can be recognized, okay? So our swimming program had just concluded a successful season with several swimmers winning district titles in several events. We'll start off from Weslaco East High School. In the boys 50-yard freestyle, District 32 5A champion is Nathaniel Leal. And the girls' 100-yard backstroke district champion is Jeanette Gonzalez. We also want to congratulate several swim team members for their postseason distinctions. These students recently achieved academic all-state honors for their academic excellence in GPA, class rank, and ACT or SAT scores. We'll start off making all-state academic second team, Miguel Newham. Brandon Lee Villarreal. Making academic all-state first team, Carlos Hernandez. Santos Sustaita. Aiden Zavala. We'd also like to recognize the head coach, Daniel Solis. And also with us, assistant coach, Gina Martinez. All right. Now, from Weslaco High School, we have a district champion in the girls' 100-yard backstroke. We'll start off, who was Emily Guerra. All-state, and now we have academic all-state honors to talk about. Making all-state academic honorable mention, Bethany Givelance. Making all-state academic honorable mention, Tristan Maldonado. All-state academic second team members are Ivy Hernandez. Second team, all-state academic, Cadence Calderon. Second team, all-state academic, Jaime Valdez. On the first team for all-state academic, Diego Agado. And making the all-state elite team in academics, George Sander. And the head coach for the Weslaco High School Panthers swim team, Alexandra Trevino. All right, and now let's recognize parents. Parents, if you're here, can you please stand and be recognized? Congratulations, boys and girls, on a tremendous season. Y'all may exit this way. How about a big hand as they leave the room? All right, come on in. All right, how about we give a big hand to the Panther wrestling team as they enter the room? Tonight, we want to celebrate the Weslaco High School boys back-to-back wrestling 16-6A district championship and dual championship titles. As I say your name, if you could please step forward so we could recognize you, okay? We'll start off with our team members. First, we have Nathan Martinez. Not here? Okay. Eric Pinales. Alberto Garcia. These next wrestling members were also regional qualifiers. Sebastian Lopez. Elias Rodriguez. Ronald Celaya. Ethan Morales. Josiah Alvarez. Miguel Rodriguez. Now we have individual district champions and regional qualifiers. In the 113-pound division, Bruno Valladares. In the 132-pound division, Gabriel Quiroga. In the 144-pound division, Andres De Leon. In the 190 division, Mauricio Reyes. This person was not only district champion, but also a state qualifier in the 215-pound division, Tomas Garces. Also, in the girls division, we have a district champion, a regional qualifier, and in the 120-pound division, Electra Garces. Head coach is Moises Chavez. Is he here? Coach Chavez? And at this time, we'd also like to recognize the students' parents. Parents, can you please stand and be recognized? Once again, students, congratulations. You may exit this way. Up next, we want to talk about our Employee of the Month for the month of January. When the administrative assistant for the maintenance department left, this individual did not hesitate in assuming the additional job responsibilities. Already busy with her role as the administrative assistant for the custodial department, she doubled her work with payroll and requisition responsibilities. Her work continues to be impeccable with her warm attitude and has made a world of difference in both departments. From the custodial and maintenance department, how about a big hand for Sandra Cuellar, our WISD Employee of the Month for January. And that concludes our recognitions and awards.
Thank you, Mr. Levin. We're going to move on to proclamations next.
All right, we'll move on to proclamations. We'll start off with FCCLA Leadership Week. So anyone here from FCCLA, can you please stand to be recognized? Whereas Family, Career, and Community Leaders of America, the national nonprofit student organization for family and consumer sciences students through grade 12, helps youth assume their role in society through family and consumer sciences education in areas of personal growth, family life, vocational preparation, and community involvement. Whereas the organization extends classroom learning through chapter projects that develop leadership and initiatives and helps young men and women learn how to plan, make decisions, and carry out and evaluate programs of action as they work with other youth and adults in their school and community. Therefore, be it resolved that Jacqueline Sustaita, President of Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees, does hereby proclaim the week of February 13th through the 17th as FCCLA Leadership Week at Weslaco ISD. Okay. Up next, we have Career and Technical Education Month. So if we have people here from CTE, can they please stand and be recognized? So we do have people here from the Career and Technical Education Department, and they also left some goodie bags for you in the backs to help celebrate CTE month. Okay? All right, so let me read this proclamation for you guys. Whereas February 1st through the 28th, 2023 has been designated as Career and Technical Education Month by the Association of Career and Technical Education, and whereas Career and Technical Education offers students the opportunity to gain the academic, technical, and employability skills necessary for true career readiness, whereas students in career and technical education programs participate in authentic, meaningful experiences that improve the quality of their education and increase their engagement and achievement. Therefore, be it resolved that WISD Board President Jacqueline Sustaita does hereby proclaim February 1st through the 28th, 2023 as Career and Technical Education Month. Congratulations. Okay. Up next, we have Youth Art Month. And I do believe we have some of our art teachers here. Hello, hello, hello. So this is for you. This is for our art teachers as we celebrate Youth Art Month in February. All right. Whereas the students of art leaders to a fuller, more meaningful life, and whereas art education provides substantial educational benefits to all elementary, middle, and secondary students, and whereas art education develops students' 21st century skills, creativity, critical thinking, communication, collaboration, and prepares them for higher learning, and whereas art education teaches sensitivity to beauty, order, and other expressive qualities, and also gives students a deeper understanding of multicultural values and beliefs. Therefore, be it resolved that Jacqueline Sustaita, President of WISD School Board, does hereby proclaim March 2023 as Youth Art Month. Congratulations. All right, another recognition for the month of March, Educational Diagnostician Week. Any diagnosticians here? Whereas Texas Governor Greg Abbott has proclaimed March 6th through the 10th, 2023 as Educational Diagnostician Week to raise awareness for the important work these professionals perform every day in the Lone Star State. Whereas educational diagnosticians provide important services that benefit children, parents, schools, and communities in Texas. And whereas these professionals administer and interpret tests measuring academic achievement, adaptive behavior, intelligence, language skills, and perceptual motor skills. And whereas they also diagnose learning disabilities and recommend appropriate special educational programs for these young people. Therefore, Jacqueline Sustaita, President of the WISD Board of Trustees, does hereby proclaim March 6th through the 10th, 2023 as Educational Diagnosticians Week. Congratulations. All right, we have one more proclamation. And this one is for Social Workers Month in February. We do have 3 of our social workers here for the school district. If you could please stand and be recognized. Of course, the school district does have more social workers. Right now, they are off at a conference trying to work on some certifications. Okay. Whereas professional social workers work on the front lines of human service delivery to help people solve real problems, whereas professional social workers see firsthand the insidious effects of hatred and prejudice in individuals, families, communities, including a rise in hate crimes. Whereas professional social workers understand that crimes against individuals based on race, ethnicity, religion, gender, sexual orientation, political belief, or other characteristics diminish the humanity of victim and perpetrator alike. Therefore, Jacqueline Sustaita, President of the WISD Board of Trustees, does hereby proclaim March 23 as National Social Workers Month. Congratulations.
Okay, I believe those are all the proclamations. We'll move on to item number 7, which is public comment. That was all that? Okay.
And there are 4.
There are 4, okay. Okay, Are they in person? We have Leticia Melendez.
Buenas tardes.
Buenas tardes. I'm going to be reading a...
¿En español?
¿En español?
Sí.
Le voy a leer un párrafo aquí que tengo en el papel. Después va a tener 5 minutos para hacer su comentario.
Sí.
Primero le voy a leer lo que está aquí, pero está en inglés. ¿Sí está
Ok,
bien?
está bien.
Okay. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act, the Board of Trustees may not deliberate on any comment made by a member of the public on a subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of this meeting. As per the Texas Attorney General, the scope of board discussion for a subject not part of the meeting agenda is limited to only a proposal by a board member to place a subject on a future board agenda. Specific factual information or recitation of existing policy may be furnished in response to inquiries, but the board shall not deliberate or decide whether regarding any subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of the meeting. Audience participation at a board meeting is limited to the portion of the meeting designated for that purpose. At all other times during a board meeting, the audience shall not enter into discussion or debate on matters being considered by the board unless recognized by the presiding officer. No public comment or presentation shall exceed 5 minutes. Any disruptive behavior by any speaker may result in the speaker's removal from participation in the meeting. Please be mindful of using names or personally identifiable information, as there is no immunity from defamatory comments while participating in public comments. ¿Nos puede decir su nombre
Leticia Meléndez.
y su domicilio?
Es 4010 Amatista Road en Donna.
Okay.
Can you translate now the instructions in
just read?
Spanish, please?
Bueno, pues
Can
voy a
you? Let's see how
intentarlo.
good your Spanish is.
Voy a intentar lo que leí en inglés ahorita en español, pero no lo voy a leer línea por línea. Más o menos lo importante. Debido al Texas Open Meetings Act, la mesa directiva no puede, how do you say deliberate? No podemos decirle, no podemos, what's the word? Discutir.
Creo que eso ya lo leí en la...
Ya lo leyó. No
sí.
podemos hablar con usted o discutir lo que nos dice. Tiene 5 minutos para decir lo que tiene que decir. Lo que está hablando no tiene que ser parte de el agenda item si era special board meeting, pero es board meeting regular. Puede hablar de lo que usted quiera. Si se pone un comentario muy defamatorio, I don't know what's the word. No hay inmunidad contra sus comentarios. Es más o menos lo que leí en inglés. Para la próxima lo tenemos en español, porque nunca sabe uno. Tiene 5 minutos y el Mr. Dr. Rodríguez le va a decir su tiempo.
Jackie, can we just wait till they can get a translator so you all can get translation to English?
Ok. Me lo van a traer en español para leerlo en español.
I think she understood already.
Pero...
Ya entendió, ¿verdad?
Sí,
Sí lo entendió.
Sí lo entendió. Bueno, espero y me entiendan todos también.
Bueno,
¿verdad?
entonces, should we have somebody else?
There she is, right here. We got a translator.
Dr. Lopez will address it.
Ok, lo que digan,
Dice,
es muy largo, ¿verdad?
por ley, ahora tiene 10 minutos porque se les van a trasladar lo que dice. Tienen 10 minutos para hacer su comentario.
Ok. Bueno, yo vengo aquí porque me dijeron que podía hablar con ustedes para que me ayudaran a resolver este problema que estoy pasando. El problema es de que vengo de la escuela Beatriz Garza. El problema es de que mi hija está sufriendo, bullying por una maestra. Ya hablé con el principal,
So the reason why Mother is here today is to speak about a concern that she has in regards to her daughter attending B. Garza Middle School, an issue related to bullying.
El día 14, mi hija estaba en clase, una compañera de ella dijo como un comentario así como, o sea, el nombre de mi hija va a bailar, va a hacer un baile. La maestra hizo el comentario de, no, porque va a aparecer un palito bailando. Y todos los niños empezaron a buscar en internet imágenes de niños flacos para burlarse de ella. Entonces, eso fue el día 14. El día 15, ella fue a la escuela normal. El día 16, viene llorando conmigo y me dice, mami, La maestra le pedí un segurito porque el pantalón se me aflojó y me dijo, por eso tienes que comer más, para que no estés tan flaca. O sea, siento una impotencia al no poder hacer nada porque hablé con el principal, me dijo que iban a tomar acciones, que la maestra necesitaba una sanción por lo que estaba haciendo, porque ella estaba induciendo al bullying de los niños contra mi hija. Entonces, no sé qué tipo de sanción utilizó. A mi hija la cambiaron de grado, o sea, de clase de la maestra. Pero yo eso no lo miro como una solución, porque mi hija, o sea, ayer fue a la escuela y me dice, mami, ya no está ya con la maestra. La maestra le dijo a mis amigas que no se juntaran conmigo, que no me hablaran porque a ellas las iban a regañar. O sea, ya no está con ella y como quiera está teniendo los mismos problemas. Dice, tengo unos mensajes de texto de ella que me mandó que me dice, tengo miedo de caminar cerca de ella, de la maestra. Dice, hoy me vio en el baño nada más como que se me queda viendo raro. O sea, mi hija no está a gusto en la escuela. O sea, en la escuela no se siente segura, en el lugar que se debería de sentir segura. Y, o sea, ¿qué puedo hacer? Trato de buscar una solución, otra solución, porque al parecer la sanción que le dieron a la maestra, que no sé cuál fue, no fue suficiente para ella, porque ella agarró más coraje contra mi hija. Más coraje, o sea, para que ahora le diga a sus amigas que no se junten con ella. Y ella se siente muy intimidada por eso. Y perdón, ¿verdad? Pero pues es que me altero y es mucha, impotencia.
So mother is describing a situation that occurred on the 14th related to her daughter in the classroom, a comment that was made related to an incident about dancing, where the teacher made a comment that her daughter would look like a stick dancing, which then mother says contributed to the children going onto the internet and looking for images of that nature. She did come forward to speak to the principal to share her concern, and the resolution offered at that time was for her daughter to be placed in a different classroom. Mother at this point is feeling as if the teacher still continues with comments made to students in regards to not being her daughter's friend, and she is coming here because she would like some help, because she is at a point where she is currently feeling incompetent, as if she cannot help her own daughter, where her daughter should feel safe in school.
Y se demostró que la maestra mentía, porque la maestra, claro que lo negó. Cuando yo fui a hablar, la maestra lo negó, que dijo que no. Yo le dije, mande llamar a mi hija, porque ella no tiene, todos los años que tiene en la escuela, nunca ha tenido problemas en la escuela, nunca se ha quejado de algún maestro. Mande llamarla. Ella no podía tampoco ni hablar, ¿verdad?, del miedo que tenía con la maestra, pero al final ella dijo que sí y lo aceptó. O sea, le enfrentó a la maestra, le dijo enfrente de ella que eso era verdad, que ella le había dicho eso y que había más niñas que habían escuchado. Mandaron llamar a las otras niñas y ellas lo corroboraron de que la maestra estaba echando mentiras.
So she is sharing that based on what her daughter did share with her, an investigation was made, and that there were some different peers who were able to corroborate with her daughter's story in regards to the teacher's comments, and that her daughter does fear being next to the teacher.
Y ayer volví a hablar con un asistente de ahí para decirle lo que la maestra había dicho ayer. O sea, ayer en la tarde hablé y solamente dijo que pues iba a hablar con ella para decirle que no debe hacer eso a la maestra, pero obvio pues si se atrevió a negarlo y a mentir, o sea, de que no, yo no dije nada, no le va a importar que solamente le digan, no le digas eso a la niña, no, o sea, no la intimides, porque es lo que está haciendo, intimidarla.
So she is saying that her daughter is being intimidated by the teacher, that the teacher is denying the allegations being made by her daughter.
Y yo digo, si la escuela dice que es cero tolerancia de bullying, de alumno a alumno, ¿por qué si los maestros van a fomentar el bullying? O sea, que los niños empiecen a hacerle bullying a los mismos compañeros.
So she's questioning the zero tolerance policy for bullying, and that if that is the case, then that should also be applicable to teachers so that they do not foster bullying in the classroom.
porque estoy seguro que a ninguno de ustedes, o sea, como padres, les parecería que sus hijos estuvieran pasando por lo mismo.
So as parents, she knows that you also, as parents and community members, would not want your daughter to go through the same experience that her daughter has had.
Sí, o sea, ella se siente intimidada, con miedo. Le digo, pues ya no está en la clase de ella, pero si la maestra sigue como con sus compañeros que ella conoce de la clase, pasa hablando, no se junten con ella o viéndola, o sea, raro, se siente ella intimidada porque pues la maestra ya le ha dicho muchas cosas. Estoy omitiendo cosas que ya pasaron hace meses, también otros 2 problemas que hubo, pero por el tiempo no los puedo contar, ¿verdad? Pero esto fue como la gota que derramó el vaso con mi niña, o sea, que ya no aguantó tanto de que ha pasado con esa maestra. O sea, ya vemos como que es algo más, era algo más personal de la maestra hacia ella.
So she says that this incident is a straw that broke the camel's back, that there are a lot of other incidents, but due to the lack of time, she cannot share them. And so she comes to ask for a resolution.
Dr. Rivera, can you have the appropriate administrator visit with this parent, maybe out in the hallway or somewhere, so they could schedule a meeting, so they could get it resolved?
Bueno, entonces eso es todo. Espero puedan luego ayudarme a, no sé, a ver qué se puede hacer o algo así. Muchas gracias.
Sí le entendió el trustee Castillo lo que acaba de decir, ¿verdad?
No.
Ahorita va a ir con el administrador afuera para hablar con usted, para hacer una cita para hablar. Pero van ahorita para afuera.
Sí, está bien, porque también yo no sabía, ahorita una señora me acaba de decir que tenía que venir a levantar como el reporte aquí al distrito exactamente y no, o sea, no lo he hecho.
Mr. Solano, arrange a meeting also with me and the mother, maybe tomorrow.
Doctor Rivera también va a hablar con usted.
¿En qué grado está su hija?
En 7.
7.
Le van a hacer cita allá afuera y también el doctor Rivera va a hablar con usted mañana.
Está bien,
Ahí le van a
gracias.
ayudar. Gracias. Let the record reflect that Trustee Cuellar walked into the board meeting at 5:55 p.m. We'll move on to the speaker number 2, Jocelyn Mar. Okay. Hello, can you please state your name
Jocelyn Moore,
and your address?
2010 Corpus Christi, Weslaco.
Okay, I'm going to read a small paragraph and then you can begin. You are to address only matters that concern the school district. The district will not tolerate any disruptive behavior by any member of the audience or the speaker. If you do not abide, you will be directed to cease and leave the meeting. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meeting Act, the Board of Trustees may not deliberate on any comment made by a member of the public on a subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of this meeting. As per the Texas Attorney General, the scope of board discussion for a subject not part of the meeting agenda is limited to only a proposal by a board member to place the subject on a future board agenda. You have 5 minutes to speak, and Dr. Rodriguez will be taking time. He'll let you know when you have 1 minute left, and your time starts now.
My name is Jocelyn Moore. I'm an 8th grade student at B. Garza Middle School. I have been discriminated by the English 1 teacher. I have recording proving the discrimination. I wrote 3 grievances against B. Garza. 1 grievance is for the discrimination of the English 1 teacher from B. Garza. 2nd grievance is against the principal. The 2nd grievance is against the principal for discrimination of several incidents, like unprofessional and unnecessary searches and getting me out of class and sending me to the library for no reason. The 3rd grievance is against the 8th grade administrator for changing my exam in December without letting me know. She lied. She then lied to my mom, saying that she did inform me. After I sent all 3 grievances, no solution has been provided, not even an investigation. I deserve to be heard and to get an investigation. WISD is not taking my grievance seriously or responding. I have always known the English 1 teacher specifically picked on me.
Thank you for sharing. Thank you. Speaker number 3, Laura Garza.
What school was that?
B. Garza.
You guys.
Do we have Laura? Oh, thank you.
Doctor, you could follow up on that one too, right?
Yes.
Hello, can you please state your name
Laura Garza.
and your address?
I'm Laura Garza. I reside in 2010 West Corpus Christi Drive, Weslaco, Texas.
Okay, I'm going to read the short paragraph to you before you begin. You are to address only matters that concern the school district. The district will not tolerate any disruptive behavior by any member of the audience or the speaker. If you do not abide, you will be directed to cease and leave the meeting. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meeting Act, the Board of Trustees may not deliberate on any comment made by a member of the public on a subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of this meeting. As per the Texas Attorney General, the scope of board discussion for a subject not part of the meeting agenda is limited to only a proposal by a board member to place a subject on a future board agenda. You have 5 minutes. Dr. Rodriguez will let you know when you have 1 minute, and time starts now.
I have 4 children that attend KWES. One of them is at B. Garza Middle School. The reason I am here is because I have a few concerns that have arisen over the past few months. The concerns are about the administration that is being handled in B. Garza Middle School. Several incidents occurred one after the other with questionable behavior. The reason I am here because I have a few concerns that have arisen. Okay. First, we have the English 1 8th grade teacher that was constantly harassing and bullying my child and saying intimidating words to her like, students have more rights than you because you're on probation, or other comments like, your work isn't good enough for me. My child has recordings on proof that the discrimination was occurring. When I tried to talk to the principal from B. Garza Middle School, it wasn't allowed. He didn't let me. I gave him several. I actually talked to someone from here, from central office, and he suggested that I go in and get a meeting with the teacher. But for some reason, I spent 1 hour and 45 minutes, and the person from here told me to tell the principal to send someone to the teacher's class and have an immediate meeting. It never happened. I even told them that I had spoken to a gentleman and a lady from here, from central office. When I came to central office to complain, 2, not 1, assistant principals told me they would help me resolve the issue and schedule a meeting, but I had to put down the grievance against the teacher, right? Well, I walked into what I thought would be a meeting to resolve the incident, but instead the new assistant superintendent made it seem like the teacher had done nothing wrong.
Do you have a pending grievance?
Yeah, too many.
You filed a grievance?
Yes, and the 10 days passed and no response.
Okay.
And then I made time to go to the second grievance.
We have an issue with the grievance. She has a grievance. We don't want her talking about her grievance. We don't want you talking about your grievance here, okay? You understand that?
Okay, well, I've been patiently waiting, sir, and nobody responds. I mean, they're like ignoring
Okay.
them.
Well, I'll take care of that problem in a few minutes, okay? But don't speak about your grievance here, okay?
Oh, okay, I'm just, oh, no, I'm just saying that the days have passed and nobody's even calling
So you
me.
filed the grievance, please don't talk about it, okay? We'll talk about it in a few
Okay.
minutes and I'll get you the answer, okay?
So just so you're aware, the reason why that's a thing is because if you talk to us about your grievance before it gets to our level, we could get disqualified from hearing it.
Okay.
Okay, you want to talk? Okay, well, I'll go take care of the problem real quick with her and I'll get her hit real quick.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. And just to make it clear, and to go on record, the grievance process, we can't talk about it in public comments because if it does get to a level 3.
Well, they can talk about it on public comment, but if they do, then it has the potential of disqualifying us. So for her benefit, it's better that if she wants the board to have the ability to take any type of action, it's better if she doesn't bring it up at this time.
Understood. Speaker number 4, Renee Dyer. Hello, can you please state your name
My name is Renee Dow,
and your address?
2214 East 11th, Weslaco, Texas.
Thank you. I'll read a small paragraph to you, and then you'll have 5 minutes. You are to address only matters that concern the school district. The district will not tolerate any disruptive behavior by any member of the audience or the speaker. If you do not abide, you will be directed to cease and leave the meeting. Pursuant to the Texas Open Meeting Act, the Board of Trustees may not deliberate on any comment made by a member of the public on a subject that is not included on the agenda posted with notice of this meeting. As per the Texas Attorney General, the scope of board discussion for a subject not part of the meeting agenda is limited to only a proposal by a board member to place a subject on a future board agenda. You have 5 minutes, and your time starts now.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you and good afternoon. I want to thank each and every board member for donating your time and your energy to improving the lives of our students and the future of our community. I also want to personally thank Dr. Rivera and Mr. Aguilar and Mr. Buttimer, who's out now, for their ongoing support in rectifying some of the devastating dismantling of our school district by previous administration. One portion of that dismantling was the complete closure of the WISD Library Services Department, which eliminated the district library coordinator job and the entire staff within that department. And while I'm appreciative of everything that you do for our community, I come here today in part because of that dismantling, to address a newly posted position entitled WISD Lead Librarian position, which is a position that offers a current librarian a $6,000 stipend to do the year-round work of the district library coordinator and their own work in the library, the work of the district library coordinator that was compensated at over $130,000 last year. So the posted lead librarian position, as it currently stands, belittles and devalues the work that WISD librarians do, the libraries and the library professionals. Therefore, I'm asking you as the board to recall that posted position and instead consider reinstating a fully functional district library coordinator position and a district library department in the 23-24 school year. I say this because the district library coordinator and the WISD library department are the only people in Weslaco ISD that manage the $50 million worth of assets that the school has and circulates amongst teachers and staff. I say that the lead librarian position belittles the library services department because we are being asked to oversee, I'm sorry, I've lost my place. Because of the elimination of, so I ask each of you as school board members how WISD can justify to taxpayers creating multiple new assistant superintendent positions that pay over $100,000 each, while at the same time eliminating the only position that oversees the collection of resources for the district. The only position that trains and supports 17 school libraries and their library staffs. The only position that catalogs all of the district and department resources annually and maintains those collections. The only position in WISD that ensures every exiting employee returns the items that they have checked out from WISD to maintain the integrity of our collection. It's also the only position that prepares almost 4,000 Chromebooks annually for students to use to improve their academic success. I also say that the lead librarian position devalues the library services department because it is a stipend that pays merely 4.6% of the previous library coordinator's job compensation. It pays $6,000 to do the job of the past library coordinator, their 6 staff members, while still running a dynamic library program with, on their campus and meeting the needs of their campus staff and principal. I am a proud WISD librarian. I've been one for many years. I'm finishing my doctorate so that I can lead a better program for the students at Weslaco East. I'm also the past president of the Texas Association of School Librarians and the current president of the City of Weslaco's Public Library Board. So I know a few things about running a library, a school library in particular. And I leave you with this question or with this hope, that you'll recall the posted position for $6,000 and at least discuss what you would like as far as the management of resources for our school district and how you would like someone to manage those resources as we progress into the future. These are just some bullet points. I have more detailed information here if you'd like them later.
Thank you very much. On to item number 8, Superintendent's Report.
Yes.
Okay.
Before I start my report, I will just tell you that I will follow up on the public comments that were presented. You know, everything is very important to me, and I can assure you that I will follow up.
Thank you.
On page 2, I'm just showing you the enrollment that we present every month. You can see that the snapshot from last year to this year, that there's a difference. The present enrollment right now is 16,494. Last year at the same time, it was 15,756. So we are growing. Also added something new. In the middle column, you see the capacity of each school. And some schools are at capacity and some are not. But as we look at these figures, we can determine the zoning for next year and where we feel that we need to make adjustments. On page 3, what we discussed last time on the ADA was budgeted very high, 15,700, and we are nowhere near the 15,700. In fact, the refined ADA right now is 13,854. Now, it looks like every 6 weeks it has gone down, but in essence, it has gone down because the district is working very hard with the flex attendance. And right now there are about 1,000 students that are attending Saturday classes or after school. So if we should average 1,000, and that's the goal that I have, 1,000 times 9,000 per student, that's $9,000. So based on the 15,700, right now we're about 16,000 in deficit because we're not going to reach the 15,700. But again, with working with the flex attendance, hopefully we're going to get near there, and also making adjustments so that at the end of the year we're going to be okay. On page 4, just some information on COVID. You can see that as of this week, there are 22 students identified with COVID and 7 staff members. On page 5, this is the flu information. You can see that right now it's not a factor. We don't have anyone that has been diagnosed with the flu. On page 6, this is a very, very important again. And we are going to have a budget workshop in March at the next board meeting. But you can see what we're doing. We're continuing reviewing the current budget for savings. We're looking for additional revenues. We're looking at the staffing. We are monitoring the ADA expectations with the principals every single week. And again, I mentioned the SASE program, that 9,000 per students. And at 400, it will meet an additional 3.6 million. But I'm not satisfied with the 400. I'm looking for 1,000 students to bring in the $9,000 to help us fill the deficit. And also, we have utilized user funds to fill the gap. I will say that the legislature is going to be meeting, they're meeting right now, and there are things that they'll probably change, including the homestead exemption. They're looking at teacher pay. They're looking at the increased funding for the school foundation program, and also discussing the school choice. So as we plan the budget, we have to look also at what the legislature is doing to go ahead and for us to go ahead and come up with a budget, a balanced budget for the new school year. On page 7, TASB, we've talked to TASB to give us an update as they look at the legal and local policies, but also to conduct a pay maintenance review on our current compensation plan on the reclassifications. Right now, and I will share with you later, there are about 25 individuals who have asked us to look at their job to see if it can be reclassified. So we're going to get TASB involved with this. On page 8, I wanted to share with the board our health insurance. And as you're aware, we're self-funded. And on this slide, I'm comparing last year to this year. The claims are a little lower, the 4.9, almost 5 million. The RX is a little higher. The fixed cost is a little higher. And the total is a minus 453. On the bottom, you can see that our budget is right now it's funded at about $20 million. And the total that we spent through January is 9.3 million. And every month, right now the balance is about 10.7 million, but every month is going to change. So next month I'll come to you and I'll show you what the new figures are. On the bottom part, these are some additional monies that are going to come into our fund on our $20 million. We're going to have some rebates, some ESSER COVID monies, but only for this year. It won't cover it the following year, and some estimated cost reimbursements. So there's about $6 million that will go into the $20 million as we continue with the insurance for this school year. To the right, you can see what the district has paid from 2018 to 2023. This past year was $640 per employee, and then to the right of that is what the employees contribute. So this is, and again, I'll keep you posted month by month on how we are doing with the insurance. On page 9, this is the other insurance, the self-funded workers' comp, and you compare last year to this year. We've had a few more claims, and the total incurred is $131,000. On the bottom, you see the funding. This is what we have in the budget for this item, the 460. As of January, we spent $131,000. So in reserves, we have $328,000. In our fund balance for workers' comp, we have $257,000. So we are working with staff to ensure the safety so our employees do not get hurt. On page 10, mental health is very important in the nation, in the state, and in Weslaco. And we are working, this is something that we need to address in all our schools, the well-being of our students. Presently what we have again our counselors, our social workers. They're working with our students. They have group counseling, and they offer counseling interventions, warning signs that occur. We also have, the board approved this past year, and I think last year, the six LPCs, and we're going to keep them for next year also. And they're also very involved with the mental health, and they're assisting. And then the last one, we want to get a contract with MOU with UTRGV to continue providing the health services to our students. And then later on in the agenda, we have an agenda item that will address even more on the mental health part.
Dr. David,
Yes.
let me ask you, I talked to some staff members, and they tell me how important those LPCs are, especially, I know I have friends who work over at the Weslaco High School, and they said they do so much, but they only have one for 2,000 something kids, I believe. And so is it 6 LPCs for the whole district?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I would like some more feedback. Do we need more? Are there funds to have more Well, I know, I think
As-
there's other items on the agenda, right, that are gonna be dealing with mental health.
Right.
Okay.
I'm with you, and as we look at the budget for next year, we're gonna see if we can increase these. And again, we'll get Dr. Sid involved and the principals,
Okay.
and they can guide us as to what we need to do to cover this important, mental health.
Okay,
So we are aware of this, and we'll look at the budget.
sounds good,
On-
thank you.
On page 11, we do have another problem, our school safety, when our kids cross the streets at different schools, and we are in the process of recommending someone to be approved, several to be approved at the next board meeting, and then we'll place these crossing guards in our schools where they're needed the most, and the Weslaco PD will provide the training and certification at no cost to us. On page 12, when I was superintendent, we built a beautiful building, the pedagogical facility. And I'm not blaming anyone, but for reasons it has been neglected a little or a lot, depending on who we talk to. So we have been doing some things. The first thing we did was we hired a full-time employee to be there the whole time. We purchased water hoses and floor fans and bird nettings and electrical improvements, and we're going to till the soil after the livestock show. And we'll do the work orders as needed to go ahead and improve the facility, and we're gonna look at cameras. But this is, again, it was a beautiful building, and we need to go out there and just take better care of it. Again, I'm not blaming anyone, but work needs to be done there.
TLC.
I'm sorry?
So TLC.
Yes. On page 13, this is the Strong Foundation Grant Program. We met through a Zoom meeting with the Commissioner Murth. Mr. Castillo was there, and also central office, and we're going to get a grant. The purpose of this is a literacy framework for our school district that is research-based in all the campuses. So the next step is, as we continue on this, sometime later this month, we're gonna go out there and come up and assess what needs to be done with our resources. So this is ongoing, to be continued. On page 14, Mr. Castillo and Mrs. Sustaita and I and staff met with the commissioners in the city, trying to collaborate and provide internet access for all our students. And right now, as you're aware, not all our kids in Weslaco ISD have access to it. So we're going to try to get an MOU and look at funding and continue trying to close the gap for our students at Weslaco ISD. So this also is to be continued. On page 15.
Could I ask a question on that real quick?
Certainly.
Carlos, how long ago did we complete the fiber optic around the district?
More than 10 years.
Oh, because it's my understanding that after a certain amount of time, with equipment that is paid by E-rate, after a certain amount of time, we could use it for local purposes that is not grant-related.
Well, the fiber optic was not bought by E-rate funds,
Oh, what was it bought by?
our local funds. We did it in phases over.
So then we have freedom to use that fiber optic cable on how we see fit then. There's no restrictions by any federal grants or anything like that. That's good to know. All right, thank you, sir.
On page 15, the Lone Star governance, the board approved the framework at the last board meeting. And the purpose of the governance is to go ahead and get the teams and the boards and superintendent and staff to improve the student outcomes. And on the agenda, under discussion and action, there's if the board wants to continue with this, and it's already been approved, you already approved it, there's 2 dates in April. One is Saturday, April the 15th through the 16th, Saturday through Sunday, and the other date is Saturday through Sunday on April 29th. And we've already been informed that we can have it. Maybe another district will team up with us, that we can have it either in the boardroom or at Padre Island. If y'all can let me know where you would want to have this training. but I'd like to know as soon as possible so we can go ahead and confirm the dates. So when we discuss it in the open, in the action item, maybe at that time you can make the motion for one of these dates. On page 16, Mr. Ben Castillo put the item on the agenda to go ahead and the board approved under consent to seek proposals in January. So we've already started to advertise. Proposals are due on March the 8th, and there's two kinds of clinics. One is exclusive to Weslaco ISD employees and dependents, and the other one is community-based. So we would like to, as soon as possible, probably again in April is when we're gonna get the proposals. But again, there's two kinds. On the bottom, you have the district employee health clinic, active. As far as we know right now, there's only one active in PSJA. The community-based health clinic, as far as we know, there's two actives. One, I believe, is PSJA and Edinburgh. So this item is again to be continued if the board wants to proceed with one of these health clinics. On page 17, since I come on board, the discussion has been the board book, a request to explore additional features, and these are things that are here, like different agendas, transition from one agenda to another, review back up, explore leading the meeting, and steps to utilize the voting. So in working with staff, there's some in-person training that will take place, and we're looking at perhaps at the next meeting in March to go ahead and start the process to add to the board book with the agenda titles and rationales that will be posted from the board book for the public viewing beginning in March. We're also been discussing the voting clicker and microphones, so we're looking at all of this too as we transition from the old to the new. On page 18, I want to list some construction projects that are funded. They're funded, and right now on the agenda, it's on the agenda under action to approve all these 5 that are here. So these are pending and they're funded. On page 19, staff has accumulated many construction needs that are unfunded, such as roofing. Esther cannot pay for very little of this. It's just too much. What we've listed here is about $80-some thousand of construction work that's needed. Roofing, air conditioning, campus canopies, security access, lighting upgrades, safety issues, metal detectors, and possibly we're looking at possible new schools, also to renovate existing schools and structures. We have the ag farm facility. We need to look at the classrooms of the future with all the technology needs. So where I'm leading to all of this is the last slide that I have, is that the board approved a financial advisor, Estrada Hinojosa, in January, and their role is to review the debt capacity, provide refunding scenarios, review the current tax rates, and I passed out to you the tax rates. I think you should have those with you in your folders, and Weslaco ISD is one of the lowest. We have one of the lowest tax rates, and it's been here forever. We've been one of the lowest. The legislature is reviewing possible changes to the property tax system and also the compression to the property tax rate. So in all of this, maybe as early as next month, we want to get Estrada Hinojosa to present to the board. And the topic to present is a possible bond election in November. And again, with the tax compression, we are the lowest, but with the legislature, what they're discussing right now is compressing this to where we call a bond election, it will not be very much tax increase to the taxpayers. So again, when they present to us next month, if we decide to go with a big bond election, they can tell you more or less how much the tax rate would increase with a large bond election. And just based on the needs, again, I'm not complaining. I don't look back and blame anyone. But I can say that since I left the district about 11 years ago, there's been very little construction, very little things that have been done. So now it's time for us to look at this bond election. And I feel that the community, seeing the needs that are there, we need to invest in the future for the boys and girls of Weslaco ISD. So again, it's something that I think, based on my experience of all of the years that I've been around, I feel that we cannot fix the problems little by little. We cannot fix these $5 million a year, $6 million a year. We cannot go there and get a maintenance loan and take care of some of these items. The best way, or the only way, and I know some people frown on bond elections, but I think it's something that's needed here for the future of the boys and girls, for the future of Weslaco in this community. We need to make our classrooms the classrooms of the future now, not have the classrooms in the same way they are right now. Classrooms, if you look at other districts, the classroom has changed to what we have now at Weslaco ISD. And we need to go out there and start this movement now and get our kids ready for the time, for the classrooms that they need. And I really believe that the parents, once I talked to you about trust and transparency, once the community sees the things that are needed, and I really believe that they will support this bond election because, again, we have one of the lowest tax rates. And with the new legislatures, what they're doing now, with the compression, the tax increase will not be that much. So I'm closing my report with this, that I feel that Weslaco ISD, now is the time to be looking for the board to be looking at calling a bond election in November.
Thank you very much, Dr. Rivera.
Madam Board President, if I could just make a comment.
Yes.
As far as the tax rate is concerned, looking at this list, there's 3 districts that are ahead of us. It's Point Isabel, Roma ISD, and San Isidro ISD. They're really not true comparisons because they're rich school districts as they're defined in school finance, and their budget is subject to recapture. So if you look at comparable school districts, the way that we're funded, we are the lowest tax rate at 95 cents, and the second closest to us that's financed the same way that we are is 7 cents ahead of us, and it's still at $1.02. It's still a very, very low tax rate. So, congratulations to this board, because you've been running this district on a very lean budget. But I agree with Dr. Rivera that, I think it is time for us to at least explore the possibility of a bond election so we could have top-notch facilities for the district.
Thank you. We'll move on to item number 9. Let the record reflect that Mr. De Los Santos joined the meeting at 6:28 p.m. And we'll move on to item number 9, which is the consent agenda. I'll give you a couple of seconds to look over the items, and I'll ask you one by one if you'd like to pull any of them out. Dr. Rodriguez, would you like to pull any items?
I have none.
Okay. Coach Cuellar?
None, I have none.
Okay. Mr. Castillo?
None.
Mr. Trevino?
None at this time.
Mr. Nieto?
No, none.
Mr. De Los Santos?
None.
Okay. I only had one item that I did want to pull out, which was item S, the approval of overtime report for the month ended January 31, 2023. Just for the purpose of going over the numbers
Yes.
for clarification.
So move to approve the consent agenda except for item S.
Second?
Okay, so we have the motion to approve the consent agenda except for item S by Mr. Nieto and a second by Coach Cuellar. I'll go ahead and take your votes to approve or not the consent agenda. I'll start with Trustee Rodriguez.
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar.
Aye.
Trustee Castillo.
Aye.
Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee Nieto?
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos?
Aye.
And aye. So on item S, I'm going to pull it out of board book. And by the way, we talked about board book a little while ago. I noticed that I have the feature of leading up on the top now, which I didn't have before. So if you are not sure and you're logged in, you can follow. You have a follow button, and you can see the same page that I'm seeing, just so you know. I'm going to move over to item S, which is the overtime report. And I'm going to make it bigger because it's really small here. And my question, Dr. Rivera, just for clarification, I see here the transportation, is one of the highest for overtime rates. Is this the bus drivers or that were putting in a lot of hours, or can you clarify for me why?
A lot of these are trips.
Okay.
Athletics, extracurricular trips.
Okay.
When they go during the weekend and after school. Most of it.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make sure. I was just curious because that is quite a bit more than everybody else's. And that's all I wanted to know. All right?
Are we still hiring bus drivers, or do we have any vacancies? Where are we at with that?
I think as of right now, Ms. Rodriguez, I think right now we're just about maybe one or two short.
I believe we have one or two on
the agenda.
On the agenda
Yes.
for tonight.
Yes.
Okay.
But we do have people applying for the positions.
Yes.
That is correct.
And I think we're trying to get all the administrators that work to be able to drive also for emergencies. I mean, that's something that we're looking at. Where I've been in Edcal, Chelsea, and Mercedes, the administrators also drive buses during emergencies. So we're looking to get them also to go out there and get their license, CDLs.
I know they're non-contractual. Obviously, everybody who's here on the list, it's non-contractual, right? If they're overtime, they're not on a contract if they're getting paid overtime.
Right.
Because some of the departments here, I thought they were contractual, but I guess not. But back to transportation, is it just bus drivers, or do we have people also in the department, in the offices that are getting overtime, or is it just strictly bus drivers? Do we know?
Mr. Marco, I believe sometimes they stay afterwards because they have to go out there and monitor the routes and take care of the paperwork.
Yes, there's a need for pretty much all the staff to put in some extra time because of all the work that's required. So, most of the routes, they run past the normal hours.
Mm-hmm.
And so the management needs to be there from the office as well.
So do we need more positions open to help out with, we're balancing more positions overtime with, they're putting in so many hours, do they need help to more positions, for example, a computer information specialist or somebody do we need to open up more positions to help out?
And we're currently doing that assessment, Ms. Ustaita. We're reviewing all the overtime, we're making sure that it's all necessary and all the positions. So any bus driver who's pulling a double route, or anyone who is just getting stressed or stretched out too much, we're assessing all of that and then coming up with a report so we can present it accordingly. We don't have the numbers yet if there's any need or what the needs are.
Americo, does that include the assessment? Does that include maybe looking at vans or smaller buses that can be used for some of these out of town trips?
Those are options that we're considering as well. So we have to do the cost assessment of whether paying the overtime is going to be less costly than actually opening up the position. So that cost assessment is being done. Or purchasing some passenger type vans.
Correct.
And maybe so there's a lot of options that we're considering. But the cost assessment the analysis is being conducted for that.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. This just reminded me of an issue during the audit of having to do with comp time and people clocking in and out, and we're asking them to come into work to make sure they have 40 hours because they weren't going to get 40 hours. I guess we had pre-planned the budget to pay them kind of like a salary, but they're actually hourly workers. How are we doing with that? Are they clocking in, clocking out? Or, I'm just curious.
Yeah, so the time clock is maintaining the timesheet for all the employees, and that's part of the assessment that I'm referring to, that we want to make sure that it's only needed over time. And there's not anything that, you know, quote unquote, they assume or they think that has been promised to them, they're gonna get so many hours or certain hours. We just wanna make sure that it's fair across the board for everybody, and it's only as needed, you know, whatever needs to be done.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
Who approves overtime? I mean, I'm assuming you, but I guess each director at each area,
Yes. And then it comes to me for final approval.
just like it used to?
Yes.
Okay. Because, you know, that's quite a bit of overtime.
Yes.
You know, when you look at it, and it's only for the past, what, 6 months?
Yes.
That report? So it's quite a bit, so I think we need to look at that because it's quite a hefty amount that we're using overtime for.
Well, and since Dr. Rivera mentioned, it's primarily the trips, the bus drivers that
Yes.
are putting in this overtime.
Yes,
Now,
but there are other
considering-
departments too, others that are,
Correct.
that are
Correct.
getting the overtime.
See, I understand when transportation or UIL activities where they have to travel, you know, that's just because they travel on Saturdays and then playoffs and so forth. Yeah, that money for overtime, it's allowed, but it's the other that's quite a bit in different areas.
Yes, no, you're right on target.
And my concern when I see this number is, are we spreading the wealth instead of saying, okay, obviously it's overtime, so certain employees are getting over a certain amount of hours. Are we spreading the wealth and saying, okay, you guys are already at enough hours, let me give the trips to other people? Or is it just the same who are getting the overtime?
So we've already started implementing steps to get that fairly implemented across the board. We had heard similar concerns from the staff there, the bus drivers, and we're already moving on implementing measures to make sure.
If you
that
have a
everybody-
list of 20, for example, the number one does a trip, he becomes down number 20, and everyone moves up. So, rotation.
So we're trying to do it, if the concern is the amount of hours that are being put in, needed, necessary hours, then we're trying to be transparent with the hours. And making sure that everybody knows what hours they've put in without disclosing, of course, confidential information. And so that's working out, it's helping, so that they can see where everybody's at.
That's good, because ever since we got on the board 2 years ago, this was one of our, top priorities is, hey, there's something with transportation, and seeing this number now, because I hadn't seen it in the last 2 years, seeing this number, it's almost $500,000 of overtime just for transportation. It's eye-opening.
Well, and then we have to consider the fact that with the rate increase for all bus drivers, the
Right.
overtime is gonna get.
But it's not
jump
just
up.
bus drivers, it's across the board.
Yes.
This is why I wanted to share this with the board, so you all can see what we're paying, and for us to meet with staff to make sure that no one is getting overtime that they don't really need. Unnecessary,
Right,
yes.
right. That's exactly why I brought this up. So I thank you for looking into it, and hopefully you can give us an update again.
Every
Dr.
month,
Rivera.
every month.
Okay.
It'll be in the agenda every month.
All right, sounds good. Thank you so much. So then, now I guess we will approve item S, if I have or not, if I have a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Items.
Okay, we have a motion by Dr. Rodriguez and a second by Mr. Castillo to approve item S on the consent agenda. Please say aye or no if you approve or not. Trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo?
Aye.
Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee Nieto?
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion passes. Need some feedback. On to item number 10, discussion items. We have A, update on training, conferences, events, and consider future agenda items requests by board members.
Yes, there's 2 listed, but I added one more. We'll need a board meeting to hear a level 3 grievance and a workshop for the presentation on the forensic audit, and then a workshop to look at the board book additional features.
Can
So
we-
if you all can get back to us as to when you want to have these.
Can we do the budget workshop and the forensic audit workshop at the same time?
We can do it, yes.
And we'll just ask for a date when?
Yes.
You'll
Well,
email us or something?
that'll be the day of the regular March board meeting, when we have,
Okay.
when we have the,
Should we have it
The
at a
workshop.
different day, or you guys want to have a really long board meeting?
I'd rather have it on a different date.
Separate.
okay,
Yeah, me too.
we'll do it.
Okay. Sounds good. On to item B, discussion on the after-school meal program district-wide.
You have the backup information there from Mrs. Peña. Do you have any questions on,
No, the reason why I had brought this up to Dr. Rivera last month, I think, was because I get a lot of the concerns of the kids are hungry after school, especially during athletics. So the athletes are the ones who, have, when they go out of town, they get their meal, but when they stay at home, they have long home games. They don't leave till about 7:30, 8 sometimes at home, but they don't get the meals provided. So that was my question to Dr. Rivera. And he told me that we had an after-school meal program, which I didn't even know about. And when I saw, I said, wow, if I'm a parent, and I don't know, I'm sure there's a lot of other parents who don't know. And so this is the reason why we brought this item up. And Ms.
Okay.
Peñas.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Dora Peña, Food Service Director. And we do have two after-school meal programs. It's the National School Lunch After-School Snack Care Program, which distributes the snacks. And then we have the Child and Adult Care Food Program, at-risk program that provides the supper. So we have two programs operating. They have different guidelines, both of them. But basically, both of them require that there be an educational or enrichment activity going on after school. If there is one, then anybody on site that is at the campus can participate and get a snack. Now,
And there were two
it's-
schools that were not doing this, but now they are going to be doing it. Your after-school tutorials or enrichment classes.
Yes, we have all elementary schools now signed up to do after-school snacks.
Awesome.
And now the enrichment programs are scheduled not Monday through Friday, but some of them have it, Wednesday, Thursdays, or they may have it 4 days or whatever. So whenever that enrichment program is going on, any child that is there, it can participate in the program. Now, it should be open to all. However, because there may be a limitation of space or for security purposes, if there's not enough security, then the number of kids can be limited. For example, if there's extended day and the program director is dealing with that program, other kids on campus after school should be able to participate if at all possible. It just needs a little bit of coordination, and everybody should be welcome to.
Question, does that include the staff that is working after school, or it doesn't include the staff?
No, you mean a free snack for the
Yes.
for the adults? No.
It's just for the students?
No. And just for your information, we do have a fresh fruit and vegetable program that elementary schools are invited to participate in this federal grant program. Right now, we have 7 elementary schools that have been invited to participate, and they all get a snack. The whole enrollment, including the classroom teacher, gets a snack at about 2:30. So the elementary kids do get something, again, to eat at about 2:30. And then if they participate after school in a program, they can qualify for an additional snack. At the high schools, we have the supper program. We've had the supper program since 2016. And we're serving anywhere from 80 to close to 200 meals. At East, I believe, in high school, we're doing about 80 to maybe 150. So with some additional promotion of the programs, we are seeing an increase in more kids.
That's
having
great.
meals.
I noticed that the times for Weslaco East and Weslaco High is 4:25 to 4:55. I believe that's the time that the high schools end the day at around 4:25, I believe.
4:25, yes.
Is the time different for elementary and middle school also because their times are different? Everybody has it right after school, or how does that work?
Yes, every principal or program administrator for extended day daycare or extended day, they on their application form they put the date, the time that they're going to be providing the snack.
Because there's options. They can do it at the beginning or they can do it at the end. Is that correct? For the meals? Or
At the beginning of, like
the
right after the
extended
bell
day?
rings?
Right. Like if they have an after school program, they could do the meal at the beginning right after school, or they could,
Yes.
or in some
If the
cases-
program is from 3:30 to
Right.
4:30, they can serve at 3:45
Yeah.
or,
Yep.
now the snack needs to be eaten on site, it cannot be taken off.
Okay.
So the snack, what about the meal, ma'am? I remember being at East and all kids having access to the meals.
Yes, the supper
Everybody
meal.
has access, correct?
Yes, and we do get quite a bit of athletes that participate in the supper program.
I was looking at the numbers when Dr. Rivera provided them for us and compared Weslaco East to Weslaco High. They both have really good numbers of kids eating, but a lot more kids were taking advantage of the meals over at Weslaco East. And the elementary schools that feed into East, didn't have as high numbers as the elementary schools and the middle schools that were feeding to high. In other words, when they're littler, smaller, younger, they're getting fed, according to what I saw from the numbers. But Weslaco High, they didn't eat them as much. The kids that are feeding into East were not getting as many plates, but East had higher numbers, participation. So my point is, you have the same families, brothers and sisters. So I'm sure the kids would take more advantage, the younger ones, if they knew more about it. And I'm glad that even I didn't know. A lot of us don't know what's going on because there's so many things going on. Yes. So promoting it on social media and sending flyers out is a great, great thing. And I really thank you guys for what you're doing. Thank you so much.
And I want to share that just at 4:25 today, I got a response from TDA, a TDA senior policy analyst. And he did tell us, Mr. Rodriguez, that we can deliver pre-plated meals to the gym. Yes.
Nice.
So
Nice.
after years of yes and no and yes and no. So I got it from TDA, so we're going with it.
Oh, that's awesome.
So
Well,
that's very good
I want to
news.
congratulate you on that initiative because that's not something that every district has. And it's a really big benefit to the kiddos, so thank you for that.
Yes.
And if Dr. Rivera, if we can keep on advertising it, maybe monthly or quarterly or something, just so folks know about it, that'd be good.
We will
So
do that.
We just need to make sure that the schools have those enrichment programs going on after school.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Okay, any more discussion on the after-school meal program? We'll move on to discussion on the HB3 goals, progress, etc. Mr. Castillo, ask for this.
Yes. On the backup, I gave you the HB3 plan timeline, and we're going to have also a public hearing in March before the regular board meeting to present the goals and the progress. So that's ongoing.
Dr. Rivera, the district, did they already adopt HB3 goals, like last year or the year before? Or we haven't adopted them yet?
To the best of my knowledge,
We did.
So that was kind of the reason for this, or my intent for this item, to get an update on, I guess, goal progress towards the goals that were adopted a year or two ago.
Yes.
We don't have anything on that?
Yes, hi, good evening, board and Dr. Rivera and community. So we met with Mr. Trevino and the TLI department coordinators for all the content areas. We met also with the principals last week on updating their progress towards HB3, the HB3 goals for those areas that we're looking at, specifically reading, math, and CCMR. So in our March public hearing, when we present the taper, we're going to have Mr. Castillo. One of the things that we looked at is we reviewed the goals that were set about 2 years ago with district administrators and campuses for each of the content areas and CCMR as well. And those have already been or are set in that presentation. All we're adding is the progress that was made this past 2022.
Yeah, so you guys have it on the website, but and there's a template to even include the progress.
Right.
Is there any way that we could do that, just so the community knows where
Yes.
we're at?
So
I mean, that's the whole point of it.
I believe in the timeline that we provided under the March section, it has, once that the board approves and we present it to the board in public, they will be automatically posted on the campus websites and the district website for it to be available to the community.
Well, that's the taper report. I'm talking about the
No,
HB3.
the HB3 goals in specific, along with the taper report as well, right? But the HB3 goals have to be posted on the campus website and district website.
Okay, so you guys will include the progress at that time?
Yes, correct.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Question, is the teacher allotment part of the House Bill 3? Dr. Rivera?
Yes, it is a section of HB3. However, what we are reporting on, because this is our data collection year, what we're reporting on is specifically to the reading, early childhood, reading, math, and CCMR.
Okay.
March.
Okay. Thank you very much. On to the next item, item D, discussion on policy FO local, which is a student discipline. And
you have the policy?
yes,
And as I informed the board through the update, we're doing the in-school suspension 2 for the little more severe cases for longer term. So we're trying to handle the fights, the discipline, to make sure that our kids know If you break the rules, there's going to be consequences.
That's good. I asked for this item also, Mr. Castillo and I went through the policy, our local policy, FO, and I like to look at what other school districts are doing compared to what we're doing, and I like to look at the dates and how long ago these policies were updated. And there's 3 things that caught my attention. The first one with our policy is the corporal punishment. In our policy, we do allow the corporal punishment, and I remember being a teacher and having all the kids, the parents sign yes or no. And I looked at other districts in the valley, and the majority of districts are not allowing corporal punishment anymore.
We're not doing this anymore, are we?
Okay, it's in the policy that we have.
Well, we better take the policy out. We're not doing that.
Okay.
That's old fashioned, that's
So-
old school, and.
Great, that's what I was going to ask the board.
No.
That's exactly why I brought it up. We don't want the liability of spanking or, with the corporal punishment.
No,
So I was going to suggest let's change the policy, because right now we allow it. And I wrote down all the districts who don't allow it, and it's way more districts who don't allow it. So I'd like to change that policy,
We're gonna
not have
change it.
corporal punishment.
I was a good boy in school, but I was paddled.
Dr. Rivera and Mrs. Sustaita, just so you know, as we look at it with registrations coming forward, and you're going to hear more about registration, it's something that's a part of our registration packet.
Yes.
Problem is, you've brought it up, we are not going to pull it from the registration until we pull it from policy first.
Correct.
Because we don't want to be incongruent with the two.
Okay, so that's what I brought this policy up. I would like to take that corporal punishment off. The second thing on this policy, and this is not on policy, this is more kind of like a student code of conduct maybe. But as talking to counselors and having the counselors week and talking to staff and talking to kids, there's a lot of fights going on in our schools, right? I mean, they're happening almost every day. And the root cause, or what's going on, why? Counselors have a lot on their plate, but a lot of it is the mental health and what are these kids thinking, what are we doing? So I know that ISS is I don't want to say negative or positive reinforcement, but we're punishing, it's a consequence that they have, ISS. But a lot of the people I've talked to said, why don't we get the parents involved? I said, how do we get the parents involved? You can't put a fee on them, or, what do we do? They said, what about a mandatory counseling class with their kids and the parents or the kids that they fight with, something where they have kind of like a mandatory counseling class before you're even allowed back into the classrooms. So it's just a thought of, a little seed to plant. What can we do to involve the mental health to help these kids?
Ms. Jackie, that's a good point. Fortunately, when I was at KWES, they utilize KWES for type of programs like that. So if a student had to suffer certain consequences, one of them would be the parent had to attend the meeting on that particular topic, if it was fights, if it was drugs or whatever. So that we utilize certain days of the week that they had to attend versus also if they attended ISS. So, but that's a different type of program.
Maybe we could look into something.
Good evening, Madam President and Dr. Rivera and members of the board. So when I was an administrator at Weslaco East, you're talking about conflict resolution skills, teaching these kids, right? That skill. So administrators, depending where they're at, we do have that. I mean, it may be depending on the campus. We do have a program. So we have the panorama and the ripple effects. And this is one of the discussions that we've had, and I know we trained the principals last year when we acquired the Ripple Effects program, that we can use that for ISS. And we actually trained our coaches, our teachers who were in charge of ISS to actually take advantage of using the ripple effects with the ISS kiddos.
Okay, so we are doing something like that already.
I think
We encourage the campuses to do it, so
Okay.
hopefully
That's the
they're
difference.
using
See,
it.
I would like to see if we can make it, because if somebody tells me go to counseling, I'll say, oh, I don't know if I want to or not. But if we make it mandatory, because it is research proven and it's research based that these things work.
That's right.
So there's a difference between optional and
So
mandatory.
when we say mandatory on the parent, then what happens when the parent doesn't show and the student's required to be in school? So then what do you do then?
Mandatory, we can make it mandatory. It's up to
So they'll be
the
suspended?
superintendent, the principals, what we can. We have that program that we can use.
So they'll be suspended? The kids won't return to school until the parent shows, or?
Actually, it's what options you put out there, because a lot of times, you make it mandatory, and say, if they don't attend, then they have to attend ISS days, or extension of ISS days. So it all depends.
You know, and speaking of ISS, we're on that topic, and it relates to this, though. I was thinking, have we surveyed to see how effective ISS really is? Like in-school suspension, out-of-school suspension, in some cases, is a reward for those that are looking to get out of the normal structure of the regular school day. They're not, they're either suffering from academic deficiencies, that they don't want to be in the classroom, they don't like rotations or certain classes, so it's that structure that they're not falling into place with. So have we ever looked past, because I know that we're looking at junior high, right? That's that grade level, those grade levels that we're looking at, saying, okay, we've heard about the issues as a board, at least in previous presentations. And that trickles into your East and High, right? So my thing is, I know that there was other programs out there, because there's one thing that every child, holds dear, and that's their own personal time. I think anybody who's a parent understands that when they tell their child to do something, they're not mad about the chores, they're mad that they have to stop what they're doing. And I've seen this program, the character development program that was put into place when normal, I guess you would say ISS or out of school suspension methods didn't really work, is that they had a character development program that they would run, but it extended the child's day. They were still within the regular school day, but they had to attend character development, and that just ripped them apart. Because the bell rang and they were still there. You provided transportation, you had security there and an instructor, you had a curriculum that you implemented, but realistically it was the loss of time. And they had a massive drop. To the grant that I wrote, and I read about all that, and I started following it. They had a massive drop in infractions in their school system because kids weren't worried about ISS too much as a critical issue, and out of school time suspension sometimes was just like an extended 5-day vacation. They had the weekend plus an extra 3 days out of school. But keeping them after school and that character development really changed their behavior. In other words, really motivated them to not get into trouble and get sent there. Is there other methods that we're looking at for those age groups as far as junior high and high school to, other than ISS, other than out of school time suspension? Is there anything like that people are looking at as far as implementing to tackle that issue?
I have to agree with you, though. I have to agree with you that having a program or initiatives that after school, such as the character development, we can explore that for sure. And I'm sure there are research out there that it's really effective.
There's a lot. There's different states that I think it was. I can't remember the state now, but I'll probably to the superintendent later. But yeah, there's a lot of research on it because DAP, and eventually kids understand. They understand our methods. They're very quick learners, right? They're very bright. Even the ones that always end up in the office, they understand the system very quickly. They know, okay, you can't expel me. You only have so many kids that you can expel per year before you get designated as a district as dangerous. They know that I get suspended 3 days, I'm still coming back. They understand that the workload and instruction is different in programs like that in ISS. So sometimes it's just not a deterrent. But you take away their time, you extend their time, like saying, hey, you're gonna stay in school, and now you're gonna stay even longer. Kind of really changes the way they start to look at things.
And really,
I think we're doing that in ISS too. They're staying longer than the regular day.
Right, because sometimes DAP gets out before the regular day, in some cases.
No, they're staying longer, the principals and remember this, they're staying longer than 4 o'clock.
Well, that's good.
So, but I'd like to see your ideas, what you have, you can send that to me.
as far as what he was talking about research, I know that studying about theories and the behaviorist theory, right now, we're dealing with behaviors that we're trying to fix. It's not about, I'm going to rip that kid and I'm going to make him suffer. It's about, I want them to learn the correct behaviors. That's what we're really trying to get them. The goal is fix the behavior. And a lot of times we tend to identify the child, oh, you're so, you do this and you do that. But it's not the child that we're trying to fix, it's the behavior we're trying to fix. It's the behavior that we're trying to correct, not the child. The child is a child that didn't learn the correct behavior. So I just want us to all be on the same page of what the goal here is fixing the behavior.
Yeah, I think you're talking more about something specific, which is emotional regulation skills in students. And if you look at the Panorama survey, the results of the survey, our kids are telling us that they need that skill. So based on the results from last year, our kids, 3 to 5th, as well as the 6 through 12, they're struggling with emotional regulation, and that's what you're talking about.
Yes. And now that I got there, my third and last point for bringing this policy FO up, I want to talk about CPI, the Crisis Prevention Intervention. I know that not all staff is certified CPI, but CPI deals with de-escalation, it deals with verbal interventions, it deals with nonviolent crisis interventions. So a lot of the schools obviously are dealing with the fights, you know, and I've seen videos, and we've all seen videos of there goes the principals or somebody trying to go and take them apart. And so no matter if you're a principal, a nurse, a teacher, a para, everybody has to be prepared to restrain kids, and that's part of the policy here about restraining, and how that it says here anybody in the school can restrain children, but some of us don't know how, right? I know I wouldn't know how. It's difficult. So I think CPI certification is very important. Now my question is, are all staff certified, CPI certified, or do we just have certain people?
No. At one time, when Dr. Rivera was superintendent, actually, we had CPI at the high schools. Mr. Denny Reyna actually was in charge of that at Weslaco High. So we had CPI for teachers or administrators or whoever we had to send, and I know Dr. Rivera had that.
You're right.
It's only good for 1 year though, the certification.
Yes.
So this is a year. Oh, because I saw online on the Crisis Prevention Institute. Maybe it depends on who gives you the certification. Okay, because I saw one, but it's
I know we have
so then that's even better. Every 2 years, we can try to get as many people as we can CPI certified. Refresher course.
Yeah, that should be a plan, because we do have somebody, Miss Nevares, from one of our special ed counselors or social worker in-house, who actually has those classes.
Okay.
And I remember being attending one of those when I was an administrator, and I hear some of the teachers attend to those who actually have special ed students in their classes.
Yeah.
They do attend those sessions. but-
Usually it's been just special ed, correct?
Yes.
But we want to have anybody, because these kids are around the whole school, not just their classroom. So that would be something that I would like us to look into, is to have everybody CPI certified.
I had a question too. If we can look at also our scheduling, has that affected at the upper grade levels? Has that affected, have we seen with the change in scheduling also an increase in incidents? Has anybody looked at that as well as maybe being a factor? Because we did change our scheduling, right? At the junior highs and so.
Especially at the high school.
Yeah, the high school. So has that, now that, I mean, the more kids you have in the hallways, the more chances you are that you're gonna have issues. So I'm just curious, has that
That's a
affected?
good question for the the secondary.
I mean, for later days, it's just food for thought, that's all.
And actually, at the high school level, you decrease the number of passing periods. So before it used to be 8, and now there's only 3 or 4. So it deters. Yeah.
Good afternoon, everyone. We can go back and assess that, Mr. De Los Santos, and look at carefully those incidents. Roughly, right now, we have about 90% of our students for placement at DAP, it's due to vaping. That's the majority of our students that we're having the incidents. So it's not as much as the incorrigible behavior. That tends to, they take care of that on the campus, unless it's a severe need, and that's when it, goes to DAP.
So for those students, do we give them any type of presentations on how dangerous vaping is? I mean, they don't really understand how dangerous it is for their lungs, right? And it crystallizes their tissues and whatnot. So do we have that as well? Since we know we have that issue, do we have that where they're showing the presentations, or can we do that?
If we don't, we should, and we can.
And we'll go back and reevaluate that. I know they have the curriculum in place on what they do cover within our schools, but we're looking at that, and we need to reevaluate that and see what we can do better.
Yes.
Dr. Rivera mentioned.
Yes.
We currently offer for DAP 5 courses, the drug awareness prevention, right, for students who went in because of a reason like that. So they're eligible to attend 5 courses. which earns some credit for their placement days.
Well, can't we just do it for our junior high and high school students? Just, I don't know, some period that it might allow for it? Because I think that's really important information that Trustee De Los Santos said. I don't know the dangers of vaping. So, yeah.
Definitely, and I know that Ms. Erica Garcia, also through parental, has brought presentations for the.
There might even be a misconception that vaping is safer than smoking.
Yes, there is.
Yes, most definitely.
Dr. Rivera, just, I guess to ask for a follow-up item, maybe next month on what Trustee De Los Santos mentioned and Trustee Sustaita, or Board President Sustaita, on the behavior modifying program. Maybe we could look into something that we could look into implementing here at the district and to see if we could improve some of these behaviors that we're seeing. I mean, coming out of a global pandemic, I mean, nobody's ever been through this situation, at least in the last 100 years. So maybe thinking outside the box a little bit might be something that we could
do that.
There was a program that Coach Riojas, and it may be in that office, character building, that was being offered for athletes during that time, that would be good to incorporate or implement in ISS, at some point during the day for those students. But I think the main problem with ISS is the inconsistency. There needs to be a consistent, how can I put this, through administration support, through everything. There has to be, I was at San Benito for several years, and I was there with ISS, and we had very minimal repeaters. We've had very minimal problems there because those kids had to be there at 7 earlier than everybody else. There has to be some type of discomfort for everyone. So the kids had to be there at 7, and then they had to leave like 30 minutes after everybody else left. So there was no, very minimal or if none, interaction with their friends or anything like that. So there has to be some form of discomfort there.
It's a good idea.
But I think it all comes back to the consistency with administration on how they're going to conduct their ISS classrooms at their respective campuses.
So Coach, you are right. We do, every coach, athletic coach in the district has access to towards character development, something what you're talking about. So they can share with the athletic, ISS teacher.
Yeah.
And they can, quick lessons, very strong program.
Right.
I know a lot of coaches do use it. As a matter of fact, we got from Toward Character Development, we pay for it from the athletic budget, and we're gonna get it free next year because Weslaco High, Roy Stroman got the 6A Athlete of the Year through Toward Character Development because they push it there quite a bit. So yeah, we do have that, and our coaches do use it.
Okay,
Very similar
that's
to what
excellent.
Mr.
So
DeSantis
that could be
is
something that
talking
could be
about.
utilized with
After
those
school,
kids.
what do we do? Yeah, perfect.
Because
We'll
I
share.
guarantee you, most of those kids have never heard a lot of those topics that are being discussed, or I mean, they are very strong topics, and it's a very easy to use, easy to follow. It's not anything, that you have to read into big detail. It's
we'll pass it
fairly
along.
easy, yes.
Also, as we're working on the student code of conduct for next year, maybe we could incorporate what Trustee Trevino mentioned about if you're in ISS, you have to be here at 7 a.m. and leave 30 minutes afterwards. I never heard of that. It's pretty good. I wouldn't want to be in ISS if I had to be at school at 7 a.m.
Exactly.
If you recall J.J. Garcia, I don't know if you remember him.
Yes.
The one they call Rambo?
Yes.
He had a very good program. Kids didn't want to go back.
Well, you did say, Dr. Rivera, that we are going to be getting a firm to help out with ISS.
Yes.
And that has not started, or already did start? We already started. It's not teachers in there with them.
It's security guards.
It's security guards in there with them. So that makes a different environment for those kids.
Well, we just don't want ISS to be fun.
No.
Exactly.
A lot of the talk is about students, and a lot of the staff tells me, well, what about us? What about the teachers? What about the principals? What about the counselors? We need help too. Do we have anything for our staff? I know that we have so many things going on, but are services offered to our staff also? Like counseling services or anything like that? Do we have, I'm sorry.
Well, we have an item on it coming up in the discussion and possible action item.
Okay, I thought it was for I know it was for staff also.
Well, can I answer
Yes,
that question?
sure.
Okay. To answer your question, yes, we do have 6 district-wide LPCs, and they're providing services to students as well as staff.
Okay.
So at this time, and we do also, when we purchased the, I want to say the ripple effects, we did purchase some licenses for the campuses. So we do have those.
Okay.
And the counselors are trained on it, the principals, they're aware of it. So we are providing service, as far as social emotional learning for students, we do also have that for staff.
Okay. Sounds good. Thank you so much. Any further discussion? Okay. So that we're done with discussion items, we'll move on to item number 11, which is discussion and possible action. Items, we'll start with A, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval to change the regular board meeting scheduled on March 21, 2023. Dr. Rivera?
I'd like to recommend to the board that if we change the meeting to a week before spring break, or if you want to, a week after.
I want you to bring something up, and I know we kind of mentioned it before, but I have classes on Tuesdays, and that's when our board meetings are. So I was hoping that the board could work with me, and I know Mr. Castillo also has certain dates, and I don't know if anybody else has certain days of the week that they are or are not available. For me, I couldn't do Tuesdays anymore. I don't know about Mr. Castillo, what days you can't.
Every day, but the best day for me is Thursday.
How is everybody with Thursdays?
First Monday or the second Monday? Second Monday of the month.
Second Monday?
Second Monday?
Hold on.
Well, because
No,
we're just discussing on how our schedule used to be, because then it kind of trickled down into the end of the month, and we're mid-month, and it just kind of made sense that usually you handle business at the beginning of the month.
Do you want to change them to the beginning of the
Well,
month then?
I just can't even remember, we've had so many meetings in the past, I don't even remember when it's transitioned over, because
If we move it to March, right now it's February 21, if we move it to March, it's gonna be like in 2 weeks again.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying like,
Well, I don't-
for thought. 'Cause we're on the third, correct, Monday right now?
Third Tuesday.
Third Tuesday.
Third Tuesday.
What were it before?
I don't-
Was
I
it
don't
Monday?
understand why.
Second Monday of the month before?
Is there a problem with going back to the second Monday?
Hold on.
I don't know
Hold
why,
on.
yeah.
I might have one. I have board meetings every Monday in the month.
Oh.
Depending on what district it is.
Now, it doesn't affect this district business, I mean, it's fine, it's just, I just know most districts are.
You're talking about
the second
first
week-
Monday?
Second week of the month, in other
Second
words.
Monday of the month?
Second Monday.
Because we used to do that, didn't we? At one time, I don't know who transitioned it out. I don't remember when, but.
The 14th, so it would be the 13th.
Well, yeah, we went to Tuesdays because she had classes, but yeah.
I think I have
We did the
PSJ on
beginning.
that day. Second and fourth.
So Monday, would it work?
I could do third Monday. Are we in the third week this week?
We are in Thursday.
Yeah, I could do third Monday. If
If we
Mondays
could
is
do it
what
the
y'all
first week of the
want.
month on Thursdays, yeah.
Does
Or
the
any-
third
or any
Monday work
Thursday.
for
Third
everybody?
Monday?
The third Monday?
Well, yeah, that's what we've been doing, like the third week of the month.
You guys don't like Thursday?
I was just saying, what's better for the district as far as like new business, because we're kind of like in the middle of the month, but I don't know how, I
For
just
us, any week is okay with us.
any week doesn't matter?
Any day of the week.
What is
We'll
better,
we'll adjust, so-
Monday or Thursday? Beginning of the week, get it over with,
Yeah,
or
Thursday- yeah,
Thursday?
Thursdays won't work for me.
No.
To have 4 days to plan. I
Yeah.
don't know what's better.
Third
Thursdays
Monday?
I can't
Third
do.
Monday?
Third Monday?
Third Monday?
Third Monday?
Third Monday?
Yeah, if the week doesn't matter, yeah, it's fine.
Does somebody want to make a motion then?
Can you give me a second?
Is it-
Oh,
Is that on
let's
the
give him
agenda?
a second.
Is that a?
No.
No.
Is that an agenda item?
Yes, because, well, it
Well,
says to
discussion-
change the regular board meeting
We would have
schedule.
to change policy
For
on it.
March.
This is for the next meeting.
It's just for
This
March.
was just for
So just for March?
This was just for March.
Oh, can we change it for March at least for now?
Yes.
to the 20th.
Can I amend this
Oh, but you
item?
don't wanna-
No,
And-
you have to change policy to change the date of the meeting.
Okay.
I guess for right now, we're just asking for March,
Right.
Just for March.
just for right now. We'd like to meet on Thursday, the 9th. Would that work?
Okay.
I know,
okay.
but I know there's district events going on, I think, like track meets and things like that.
Yeah, there is a lot of stuff that goes on Thursday.
That's the thing with Thursdays.
There's a lot of
That's why
Thursdays.
Monday's better.
You're trying to place-
But especially going into spring break,
I could do third Monday.
just for this
Right,
March.
right.
I don't
Unless
think-
we change it to the.
To Monday,
She say
20th.
March 20th or what day?
Yes, but then,
They were saying March the 9th.
No, this.
Yeah. the
yes,
20th.
but then we're gonna.
We'd have to-
we're gonna
we have-
propose
just for
the
this
agenda
one meeting.
We'd have to post the
If it's
agenda
one meeting they wanna do that,
on
that's
the
fine. For one
17th.
meeting.
Or we can just move
I
it
mean,
to
I
the
won't be here,
27th
but
this
you
month.
guys will be fine.
How about the 27th, the last Monday of March, just because spring break is there?
The
to
last
get
Monday of
people-
March?
Just for March,
fine.
and then we can.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can't do Tuesday? Doesn't matter. It's not gonna matter. It's not, I won't be able to be here for that day, but it's okay.
Just, for one, you can,
So what day are we looking at?
Monday, March 27th? Or is everybody other than Ben? who
Just
will
because
call
that
in?
third week, we're coming right off of spring break.
Right.
So the posted agendas and things like that is gonna be kind of tough.
Yes.
So do it for the 27th?
Doing it-
Dr. Rivera?
yes, it's
27th, I'm okay.
Is, you okay?
I'm okay, 27, 28, 29, 30.
Okay.
Any day that week.
So move to approve the, so move to approve the next board meeting for March 27th?
And I'll second that.
Okay. So we have a motion for March 27th, for March to change the board meeting. I'll go ahead and take votes for if you approve or not. Trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye?
Trustee Castillo?
Aye.
Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee Nieto.
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos.
Aye.
Motion passes. On to item B, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of the proposal received for the Aquatic Center Pool Area HVAC Upgrade Project, CSP number 23-09-16.
Okay, you might remember, the board was given the option to reject. There was one proposal in October. And the board decided to go ahead and reject the proposal and then go out again. So staff went out again, and at that time, the one bid was about $857,000. Mr. Americo, right? Okay, so we rebid, and again, we had the same company come back again. They only had one bid, but now it's a little bit higher at $999,000. So we can go ahead and just approve the one bid, or if you want us to, we can go ahead and do the process over again. But for 2 months, for 2 times in a row, we only had one bid from the same company. So either we accept the firm for $999, or we go ahead and just reject it and then go out again. It's your choice.
Ready to go?
Yes, sir.
If we do this again, there's a timeline. Are we in dire need of having some urgent needs that need to be addressed?
Yes, sir. So we're looking at 2 things. That one, which is one of them that we're having continuous breakdowns of the unit already. And the other one is a possible increase in cost again.
Okay.
So we tried to and made all efforts to contact all contractors that we knew of, and still we did not get additional bids.
It's the same one again.
Correct. The same one came in, and so we contacted them about possibly, bringing down the cost,
So we're getting-
and they're just saying the market is just
We're
not
getting a
there.
recommendation from our superintendent, so I
Yes.
move to approve
To
the,
approve. The $999
yes, sir. I
with
move
the
to
Texas
approve
chiller
the,
system.
Is this,
proposal received for the Aquatic Center for the Area HVAC Upgrade Project, CSP number 23-09-16.
I'll second it, but I just have a question. So the aquatic center, it requires a lot of humidity, like regulation of humidity and all that good stuff, correct?
Yes.
Is this gonna cover all that, or do we need to
Yes,
buy a
this-
separate system?
This unit runs 24/7. Without this unit, we pretty much create rain inside the building.
Yeah.
Because of all the water of the pools. And so this is dehumidifying and as well as air conditioning the building.
Okay, so it's the total package?
Yes.
And we should be good?
Yes.
And Dr. Rivera?
Yes.
You had already said that the money was already allocated
Yes.
for it.
Yes, it is.
I'm ready, go ahead.
I'm sorry, just for clarification, we have 2 units. This is the one for the main pool area. The other one, which wasn't included in this, is the one for the locker rooms and the dressing rooms and the offices. But this is for the main pool area, the main unit.
Americo, my question is based on we did a competitive sealed proposal, the CSP method.
Yes.
I hear from a lot of people, different cities, that Weslaco doesn't do that. I don't know if it's was some kind of electronic system where people send their bids in and you get more people sending those proposals in. And we do it kind of like the old school way, I guess. I don't know what we're doing. How are we getting them?
So
These
we
bids.
do rely, and we also post them on our website, but we do rely on the engineer or the architect that's working on the project. and they publish them on the plans houses that we call them.
Okay.
And so those are available to everybody. And so
Okay.
they're aware as long as the contractor is checking, and they usually are checking constantly for new projects that are coming up. So we do follow that process.
Okay.
As far as electronically, we do post them on our website, and they have the option of contacting the engineer in the architect's office, and they can get them electronically as well from there.
Do we invite to bid? Do we invite contractors to bid?
Yes, yes, we do. We also, our business office also emails out anybody who's on our list of contacts for that, for
Okay.
the project.
Medical, and that other unit is in good shape, the one for the locker rooms and the coach's office?
That's coming up as well. But at this time, when we started with this, we didn't have that one on the list of needs, but it's coming up pretty soon, yes.
Okay, any further discussion? So we have a motion by Mr. Cuellar to approve the proposal received for the aquatic center pool area HVAC upgrade project, and we have a second by Mr. Castillo. We'll take it to a vote. Say aye or no, please. Trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo?
Aye.
Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee Nieto.
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos.
Aye.
Motion passes. On to item C, which is discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of the proposal received for the playground equipment repairs and replacement project for all elementary schools, RFP number 23-01-29.
Yes, again, Mr. Americo is here, but what happened here, again, we only had one bid. And the one that submitted the proposal was Park Place Recreational Designs. The other ones told Mr. Americo, we can't repair them because we didn't build them. So we only had one proposal. And this is being paid from Title IV funds and ESSER. Again, almost a 1.5 million, and recommending approval that we go with this firm.
I'll move to approve.
Second?
Okay, motion to approve by Dr. Rodriguez and a second by Mr. De Los Santos.
I just have one question.
Discussion, yes.
Any reason why we did an RFP and not a CSP? Just curious.
Because and typically, it's the method of construction that we're following. Since there's no engineering involved, no architecture involved, we just reached out to the different vendors that we knew of and just posted it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other further discussion? Let's take it to a vote. Okay.
Did we look into the company, call any references or anything like that to see what kind of,
Yes,
how
sir.
credible they are?
We've dealt with them before.
Okay.
In the past, they're the ones who actually installed the equipment.
Okay.
And so there was other vendors who reached out to us and asked us, look, if it's not new installation, new equipment, I won't be wasting my time. If it's repairs, I can't do it for you.
Okay. Any further discussion? Let's take it to a vote. When I call your name, please say aye or no. Trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo?
Aye.
Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee Nieto.
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos.
Aye.
Motion passes. On to item D, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of a procurement method of construction for the installation of a scoreboard at the Weslaco East High School Stadium, and this has 3.3 motions to it. Number one, board determination of a procurement method of construction that would provide the best value to the district for the project. Number two, board determination to retain the authority to rank the proposals to be received for this project, or board delegation of their authority to the administration to rank the proposals to be received. And number three, approval of criteria and points to be used for ranking the proposals.
How much is this gonna be for? Just the installation?
We've gotten some idea of a budget, as high as 36,000, probably on the high end.
Do we need to go through all this process to spend $36,000 for installation?
Because of the cost, which is about 25,000.
No. I'm not talking about board approval. I'm talking about procurement.
Yes, and only because it's gonna require the engineering. Yeah, we will need the engineering.
Okay.
In Weslaco ISD, the limit is 25,000.
No, I understand on CH Local that's Dr. DeVetta, and I think that's what he wants too. I've tried to increase it in other districts, and he always says no. But no, I'm just asking on the procurement, since it's under 50,000, do we have to go through the bidding process? But
If the district chose to have 25,000.
that's not correct. Just because something's over $25,000 doesn't mean that we have to bid it out. It's $50,000 threshold as to why you have to bid it out. If it's over 25,000, the board has to approve, but that doesn't mean you have to bid it out. So It's 36,000, that's why I'm asking, do we have to go through the proper procurement process?
Right, and again, we've done it this way in the past.
It's gonna cost you more to put all the materials together and the advertisement and stuff.
So what you're
Because
saying is,
we have the scoreboard.
Yes.
All we need is someone to install it.
Yeah. And again, it's just, a standard procedure that we've done in the past with any project that involves an engineer. So if the board chooses to change it and we just hire the engineer and proceed that way and do an RFP or something like that, we can do that.
so what you're saying is for them to pick the engineer, all we just do is approve the,
No, they're asking us to select the best procurement method
Yes, which
right,
is
CSP
the competitive
or
seal
RFP,
proposal.
huh?
That's what we're
CSP.
to hire a contractor to install, and then to rank, to allow them to rank, or for us to rank, and then to approve the ranking matrix,
Points.
which is generally what you do like on multi-million-dollar contracts, and this is not even over $50,000, which is in statute, the threshold to go out for procurement. Now, there might be something there, Eloy, for when you need an engineer, that you do have to go through the CSP process. I don't think so.
No, neither.
But I don't have it in front of me.
Well, why don't we table and look at it?
No, I think we need to move on it already.
Yeah, no, I agree.
I agree with that, Coach Trevino, because we're already into the middle of the second semester, and we need to get things done ASAP, and given the information that you gave us based on what we've done, I think it's in the best interest of moving forward with this. And I'd like to make a motion to go ahead and get the best procurement method of construction for the best value to the school district.
Well, we have to pick,
seal proposal.
pick one, you have to pick one, which one are you, or which one are you motioning?
We're recommending the seal proposals.
Competitive seal proposals.
Yes.
So you're going with the administration's sealed?
The
competitive
recommendation that the administration gives,
Okay,
and for them to do the rankings and the point system.
Okay.
Second.
who seconded, Mr. Nieto?
Yeah.
Okay, so I have a motion, I'm going to repeat everything you just said to make sure that we're all on the same page. I have a motion by Coach Cuellar, Mr. Cuellar, and I have a second by Mr. Nieto. To number one, the board determines that the procurement method of construction that provides the best value to the district for this project is competitive sealed proposals. And number two, the board determined to delegate the authority to administration to rank the proposals to be received. And also number three, the board approves the criteria and points to be used for ranking the proposals. I will now take it to a vote if you agree or.
Timeline. Is that the timeline, will it be, because I was reading there, where would they begin, and will it be ready for the beginning of football season?
That's what we're shooting for, Coach.
Okay,
And we're very, very optimistic that we can meet that deadline.
okay. That's it.
Now, the important thing is not to interfere with the track season, which is already going on, and
Correct.
all that's gonna be worked out, right?
Correct.
Okay. Ready?
Okay.
Is
Well,
everything
now-
good to go with that? We're not gonna compromise the track program or anything like that?
No, we're good.
Okay, good. I'm good with that.
Any further discussion? Questions?
Yeah, just how long is this process gonna take?
So again, we're trying to see if we can get all that installation done in the summer.
No.
By July the 6th.
The procurement
bottom.
process.
Oh, procurement process is about a
Oh, yeah.
month or so.
On the bottom.
We have to advertise for 2 consecutive weeks.
July the 6th.
And then the design itself of it should take more than a month.
There's design for installation of a scoreboard?
Yeah, because of the foundation and the piers, we want to make sure.
You guys didn't do like design build or turnkey or whatever?
Well-
Not only that, but you gotta take into consideration the 25-second clock and all those things.
There's other options where an engineer can do a performance-based type of method where the manufacturer of the scoreboard can provide and will provide the drawings, and he just approves it.
We already have the infrastructure for the 25-second clock and all that, right?
Yes.
Or
Yeah, we're not-
how are you gonna control it from the press box?
Yeah, we're not touching
Okay.
that.
I also want to make a little correction that not only the track program, but we got soccer going on right now, so we don't want to take anything away from any of our programs.
Right. We'll work around all the programs that we have ongoing.
Yeah, so it'll be controlled by the principal, so that's taken care of, which is.
So even if we go through this process, we're still gonna be good on time for next school year?
Well,
Yes.
I'd like to have it Sooner the better, but we have to wait till summertime.
Yeah.
If there's a shorter process, I'd like for us to look at that.
Is design build a shorter process?
And for reference, just to give you
Well,
an
this is
idea.
just for
of
installation, you already bought the
construction
scoreboard.
Yes.
time. Yeah, to give you an idea of construction time, we did the scoreboard over at the Lackey Stadium pretty much over the summer.
Yeah.
And they came through and right, that very first game that we had out there, that scoreboard was working. So,
Okay.
Okay, we're having discussion. Okay, let's go ahead and take it to a vote. Is there any other discussion? Okay. We'll take it to a vote
Oh, that makes sense.
to approve all of what I just said a while ago. Trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo?
Aye.
Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee Nieto.
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos.
Aye.
Motion passes. On to item E, discussion and possible action for the board to select a firm to provide structural engineering services for the installation of a scoreboard at the Weslaco East High School Stadium.
And on the back up, you have the different, there's 3 groups. The first one is 1 through 6. Then the second group is 1 through 16, but they have to be structural. And then the third group of engineers is on the following page. But on the following page, these engineering firms, it expired on June 2022. So actually, unless you want to go ahead and do the third one, I'd like for you all to pick from the first 2 groups, the 1 through 6, or the second group, the 1 through 16.
So this is for structural.
Yes, yes.
I don't know, who have y'all used before?
Mr. Miracle, who was used before?
We've worked with everybody there on that list.
Who's the quickest and cheapest
That I couldn't say right.
and bonitoest?
I couldn't tell you.
Why don't we go with half associates?
I'll second that.
Since they have civil, structural, mechanical, electrical, plumb, they have it all.
Which one? Which one?
But if
Where
also
are they
adding
then?
from the third group,
Where?
that list has expired.
I don't
But
see
why,
that.
why did it expire is my question. Who decided that it expired?
It expired June,
We said.
I don't know.
For
You?
a year?
And to give the option to the board to either extend or continue with it, it was only for a year. That approval by the board. It was included in the agenda item.
Oh, so the board said it expired.
Right.
Okay, that's who can say it expires.
That's the way it was approved.
How long has that been in place? I mean, I've been here,
It's
I know
typical
we've done
for
it
us.
every year, but it must have been before I was even on.
Right, it's typical that we give the board the authority to continue after a year.
So when we approved the list last month, on there it said this list is only good for a year after we approve it?
So
I don't remember that.
Yeah, so your approval, we put the verbiage in the agenda item that the approval is for 1 year and then with the option to extend an additional year. And so what happened was that when the expiration took place, then we went a different route, which is doing the team type of concept, which is the architectural, the architect.
Were they notified that they were no longer on the panel, these folks that they got expired for?
I don't believe they were officially notified, no, it was just, part
And I
of
don't
the
think we
agenda.
even got the option to renew, like you said. If we were gonna have the option to renew, we didn't.
No, because the direction we got at the time is to proceed with the architect and a team. And again, that was in hopes of possibly in the future doing an assessment of facilities and bonds. and so
But by who? By the board or by the previous?
No, that was by the previous superintendent. That was
see,
the direction.
Was
we
it,
got.
okay, because I think that should have been a board decision, I think.
Well, I'll still
It
second.
shouldn't have been a.
I'll still second half. I mean, it's an engineer, it's an architectural firm. You could do it based off of demonstrated competence and qualifications. Have you done business with half associates before? Americo?
Yes, we have.
Are they good?
Yes.
Okay, second.
Okay.
As long as you're good with it?
We have a motion by Mr. Trevino for half associates. And we have a second by Mr. Castillo. So we'll go ahead, and this is the motion to select that firm to provide structural engineering services for the installation of a scoreboard at the Weslaco East High School Stadium. Any further discussion? Questions? Okay, go ahead and take it to a vote. Please say aye or no if you approve or not. Trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo?
Aye.
Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee Nieto?
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion passes. On to item F. Discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of a procurement method of construction for the construction of vestibules at designated school buildings, main entrances, district-wide, and we also have 3 parts to this motion. Number 1 would be for the board determination of a procurement method of construction that would provide the best value to the district for the project. Number 2, board determination to retain the authority to rank the proposals to be received for this project or board delegation of their authority to the administration to rank the proposals to be received. And number 3, approval of criteria and points to be used for ranking the proposals.
We're recommending competitive seal proposals,
I'll make a motion to approve that.
and then B and C.
Well, can we just do them one by one?
Yes.
Okay, so I have a motion by Mr. Castillo to go with administration's recommendation of a procurement method, which
second that.
is,
Sorry.
what is it?
CSP.
CSP? And second by Dr. Rodriguez to go with the CSP competitive seal proposals because they'll provide the best value to the district for the project. Do we have any discussion? Number 1? Okay, let's go ahead.
I'm sorry, it's a
ahead.
grant, it's a COPS grant, so they're paying for the grant.
How many schools?
About 13 schools.
All elementaries?
Well, the high schools too.
Secondary.
So what schools are left out?
There's 20 schools.
There's 13
The other
schools
one-
on the list.
Yeah, the other ones already have them.
Oh, okay.
Right,
So
Mr.
these are
Marco?
the ones that just don't have them.
Mr. Miracle, the others already have these. These are the ones that
Correct.
don't.
Okay,
This is a
awesome.
list of only the ones that are in need of that. We would still do the assessment of all the others if there's any modifications that need to be done.
As far as vestibules, I'm thinking a little room. What exactly are we constructing?
That's what it is.
It's like Ibarra.
Like the safe, like
Where
the.
they're, the vegetables where they're, like Ibarra Elementary, where they're not gonna have access to the whole entire school, they're only gonna have access to the front office.
Oh, okay, so it's built in. I was
Built
thinking
in.
it
So
outside.
you walk into a front desk, if you will, or a window or what have you, access like that.
It's for
where they-
security.
They process
Added security.
the visitor, and then they allow you to continue past the second set of doors.
So
Okay.
We think we're gonna be ready by next school year with this?
I really don't know, but that's, again, it's just a projected timeline that we have on this. But depending on the construction, that would be up to the design and whatever needs to be done.
Okay. Well, yeah, we could put emphasis on that, on maybe a completion of, before the next school year starts.
Yes.
Right. Yes, we always do. We try to get most of the work done, or at least all the work done during the summers.
Summer too.
Okay, so once again, any discussion?
We're not doing B and C together?
Well,
We're doing separate?
We're gonna do it one by one.
Separate,
just like-
okay.
So the motion, any other discussion before I take the votes? So the motion was to go with the CSP procurement method, motion by Mr. Castillo and seconded by Dr. Rodriguez. We'll go ahead and take it to a vote. Trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo?
Aye.
Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee Nieto.
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion passes. Now on to number 2, board determination to retain the authority to rank the proposals to be received for this project or board delegation of their authority to administration to rank the proposals.
I just wanted to get a clarification, Dr. Rivera. I'm okay with the board delegating its authority to the administration to rank the proposals, but I want to be able to keep its ability to reject those rankings just in case there's something that the board sees maybe that it doesn't agree with, and not just a total delegation, if that makes sense.
It makes sense. I'm okay with that, yes.
All right.
I believe I read in the government code or somewhere that it's strictly advisory, correct? When it's administration's rankings, it's just advisory, but the board can still determine.
Yes.
Correct. We
Well,
always bring the agenda.
if we do this, then we're delegating our deal to them. That's how I wanted to make that
Okay,
clarification.
let's clarify that, then we can still either not
Yeah.
go or go with the administration's rankings.
I'll second.
Okay, so a motion by Mr. Castillo and a second by Dr. Rodriguez to delegate the authority to the administration to rank the proposals to be received. And just in case the board does not agree, we want to
We
retain
rescind
the,
yeah, there you go.
retain the authority, okay? Let's take it to a vote. Trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo?
All right.
Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee Nieto?
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos?
You just stepped
He
out.
stepped out, okay. And now, number 3 of this motion, approval of criteria and points to be used for ranking the proposals. Maybe you want to look over at the criteria.
This is your recommended matrix, sir?
Yes, 100 points, Mr. Marco.
I'll make a motion to approve.
I have a motion by Mr. Castillo to approve the matrix of the criteria. Do I have a second?
Second.
A second by Dr. Rodriguez to approve the criteria and the points to be used for ranking the proposals. Any discussion? We'll take it to a vote. Trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo?
Aye.
Trustee Trevino?
No, aye.
Trustee Nieto.
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos.
Aye.
Motion passes.
If I may just point out, in reference to your request, on the third page, there is a note in bold that does state that whenever the board delegates the authority to rank the proposals to the administration, they may accept the administration's ranking recommendation, or they may not.
Right.
However, in the event that they do not accept the administration's ranking recommendation as presented, they cannot change it. The board would need to rank the proposals themselves.
Got it. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you for the clarification. We'll move on to item G, discussion and possible action for the board to select an architectural firm for the design and construction and administration of vestibules at designated school buildings, main entrances, district-wide.
And again, you have the list?
What's
You
the
have
size of the project, sir? The amount?
400,000.
400,000.
Grant, and the grant is for 300,000 with a match of 100 for a total of 400,000.
Okay.
Dr. Rivera?
Yes, you have the list on either group one, group two, or group, one or two, to select one of these firms.
Do we have a motion for any firms?
Sam Garcia, is that Sam's, S-A-M-S?
I'm not sure, sir. We have not done any work, at least I
Oh.
haven't had any experience.
Yes,
That would
it
be
is Sames.
Sames, Sam Garcia. I believe you said, or somebody said,
Sames was an engineer, is an engineering company.
Yeah,
is-
this guy was the
Sam Garcia-
architect.
Right, he used to be with them, I believe, and then he's on his own.
Yeah,
He's
he
on his
left.
own.
Oh, he used to be with that company?
Sames. So based on the list that we have, do I have any motions to recommend any of those?
What about administration? I mean, is there a work history here out of the 10?
Well, what I can tell you is who we haven't done work with. Most of them we have.
Okay.
We haven't done work with number one, Able C, or number two, ADM Group, or Sam Garcia, and we haven't done work with the Warren Group either. They were on the list of approved architects last year, but we didn't get to do any projects with them.
The Warren Group, is that the lady that came over and very good presentation? I was really impressed with
Yes.
her presentation.
Oh, I like her.
The
Like
Warren
in
Group.
her case, she also said she charged a flat rate, correct?
I believe so.
Right, she didn't charge a percentage, a cost-based.
I'd have to confirm, but I believe that's, if I recall.
I make a motion.
Okay, so I have a motion by Mr. Trevino to recommend the Warren Group Architects, Inc. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. De Los Santos for the Warren Group Architects. Any discussion?
She did the natatorium in PSJ, so she did good work there.
They have some major projects, hospitals, UT, RGV,
Somebody new, we haven't, so it'll be a good experience to work with somebody new.
presentation last time.
Good
I think that's
presentation.
her specialty is remodeling. and-
Okay.
Right.
Does that sound like,
Yes, sir.
as long as you're comfortable with the selection, because you're the one's gonna be working with them.
Yes.
So we wanna be sure that we're okay with that.
Yes.
I
we
mean, I'll
haven't
support
done-
whatever we want, but it's gotta be something that's gonna be favorable for everyone.
Correct. Yeah, we haven't done any work with them,
Okay.
but we know of their work and
Okay.
yes.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and take a vote for, the board selected the Warren Group, motion by Mr. Trevino and seconded by Mr. De Los Santos, for them to design and construct administration of vestibules at designated school buildings, main entrances, district-wide. Let's go ahead and take it to a vote. Trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo?
Aye.
Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee Nieto.
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion passes for the Warren Group. On to item H, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of available training dates and location for the Lone Star Governance Framework training. Dr. Rivera?
You have two dates, if you all can select one date, and the site, either the boardroom or Padre Island.
Doc, how are we gonna do Padre Island without another district? Like, how are we gonna get around open
I
meetings
think,
act?
I think what they mentioned was that once we post this, another district can go ahead and sign up with us,
Oh, okay.
right?
That's correct. So, once the board approves, then we will have to post for 30 days with Weslaco ISD and Region 1 websites. And this gives the option, and that's required by TEA. So it will open it up to any other district if they choose to join.
Awesome.
I've really been, just a little background, I've been pushing for this for a while now. It is research proven. Lone Star Governance deals with student outcomes, focusing on student outcomes, adult behaviors and mindsets, and how to work as a team, because I believe that it starts here, and we have to model teamwork if we're going to expect everybody else to work together, right? So this is the whole point, that we want to do this Lone Star Governance, to be a team of 8, a true team of 8, and focus on those goals and the students, and set goals for the superintendent and for ourselves also.
And I think one of the things, I think with McShann, yeah, when he gave us our training, when we first came on, this was back in 2020, he talked about the importance of the Lone Star Governance, and he told us that the framework kind of steers boards to focus more on students. And that's pretty much, that's gonna be your main thing, other than everything else as far as spending, construction, et cetera, and all that. The focus changes, so.
I'll make a motion to go with April 15th through 16th
Okay?
here at Weslaco.
I'll second that.
Okay. So we have a motion by Mr. Nieto to have the dates for Saturday, April 15 to Sunday, April 16, and the location will be here in the Weslaco ISD boardroom. Okay, let's go. Any discussion?
Yeah, I just want to make a quick disclosure publicly. The coach that the district has been talking to, actually, he works for me, but if the district does move forward with him as a coach, and he's a great coach, and that's how come I hired him, the district will just be paying him directly, and my firm will have nothing to do with it. But just because of that relationship, I'll still abstain, but know that there's no financial gain here.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
No, sir.
No conflict. Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Castillo. All right, so we'll go ahead and take it to a vote. And I did say who motioned, right? I don't remember. And seconded. I did. Okay. Go ahead and take it to a vote. Trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo?
Abstain?
Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee Nieto?
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion passes for Lone Star Governance on Saturday, April 15, here at the Weslaco ISD boardroom. On to item I, discussion and possible action for the board to begin the procurement process with Goodside Health to provide mental health services for Weslaco ISD students. Dr. Rivera?
Okay, I think this one was posted on, we were asked to post this one by the board president
Yes.
and by Ben Castillo. So
Yes, Mr.
I'll
Castillo,
give
would
you,
like
I'll give you all the floor.
Yes, Madam Board President, members of the board. So with the recent events that, unfortunately we've been having to deal with, I think it'd be kind of a good deal for us to try to expand the mental health services for school districts. And I believe we already have an agreement with Goodside Health for telemedicine. This is one of the services that they provide. It's an additional cost. If I'm not mistaken, I think it's around $80,000. So I guess that would trigger the procurement requirement. But one question I had, not only to include students, but is it possible to include staff as well, just in case they do need it, those type of mental health services?
I'm pretty sure we can make that happen as
Okay.
far as staff is concerned.
Well, I mean, with that being said, I'd like to make a motion to approve.
Okay. Do I have a second?
To include staff as well.
Second.
Second by Mr. Nieto.
Just want some
Mr. Aguilar?
clarification on the matter. So, we include staff that will still stay within the threshold of the 83,000?
Okay.
Just for clarification.
Awesome.
Because the way we have it here is for students only,
Okay.
for the 83,000. And if we want to include staff, that's going to be all-inclusive for students and staff.
So it's $10 per student for their mental health
Plus the monthly fee.
resources.
Yes, it is. And they do have that flexibility. We can choose to, so if we decide to have 6 through 12 students, for example, we're choosing our secondary students, we're talking about, 82,000, for a 17-month contract, right? And I know we also have the flexibility to say we only want 30% of our population to have access to good side health teletherapy. And so we're talking, if 30% of the population, that would be about 50,000. Because if we say we want all our secondary students to have access to good side health or the teletherapy, then we might be providing services to everyone and they don't even need it. So in theory, really, or according to research, only 30%, most of the time, the student population needs that. 30% of the student population needs the mental health.
I'm just kind of a little bit confused. So the administration is asking for this? Like a certain department is asking for this, or who's asking for this item?
No, Jackie.
No, we requested it.
Good Side Health, yeah, they emailed us about their mental health services.
And if you look at Dr. Rivera's presentation, we are entering into MOU with UTRGV, the
Now,
teacher.
what kind of a background do we have to warrant this kind of fee to really make a difference in saving somebody's life? See, I'm not opposed to doing anything if we can save one life.
Right.
If we can save more, there's no dollar amount to anything. That's never been an issue. I just want to know that if we're going to invest in something, what do we know about them that's going to help us with that?
So you're talking about the company Good Side Health,
Yes.
right? Okay.
Because I don't know anything about it.
So as far as I do have quite a few information about Good Side Health. So they do partner with 4 school districts. And as far as, and they started with this teletherapy program during the pandemic, right? As far as evaluation of their program or utilization, they do evaluate their program based on utilization outcome, and they will provide us reports every week or monthly. As far as you're talking about the efficacy, right? I don't have information as far as the efficacy of the program is concerned. I do know that on the TChat, they do partner with, I want to say, because it's part of the State Bill 11, so that's why it's free for school districts. So they do partner with, as far as the Rio Grande Valley is concerned, they're partnering about, I have the number here. 24 Rio Grande Valley schools, including Brownsville, McAllen, Hidalgo, and I think Edinburgh is getting to an agreement with them also. And then we have 14 neighboring school districts as well. So a total at the state level, they have partner of 600 school districts, and that's the TChat.
So they are working with that many school districts.
Yes, Good Side Health, they do partner for school districts.
I'm confused a little bit too, because I don't care who the vendor is, I just want to be able to provide the process, but the way I don't think I sent the agenda language like this. The procurement process, are we going to bid out this service or we're going to go with Good Side Health? That's my confusion.
Because, and that's why my question was, who asked for it? Because I don't want to set a norm where the board is asking for companies, and usually we're supposed to get the recommendation from administration, right? Because that's the day-to-day operations, and we're governance, policy, et cetera. So just wanted to clarify that we're not, that the board isn't saying, well, this is a company we want to hire. And that's why I asked you, is this a service that you want? Or did you ask?
No, we requested it.
Yeah, we requested it.
But again, I guess if the board approves this item, because the way it's worded, procurement process with Good Side Health, but if we're approving to go out for procurement, it's not guaranteed to go to Good Side Health. We're going to bid it out.
Correct.
So, but I didn't see, so I don't know who worded the agenda language.
One question that I have, how many staff members will they provide? Well, maybe you don't even know yet, because, right? This is it? How many
There's a cost
staff members will they provide?
Good Side Health?
Yes.
Well, it really depends on the need. That would be the answer, Mr. Ñato.
Okay.
It is teletherapy though, so it's based on who's going to be calling in, I'm assuming, and who's available. But is it also available not just during school, but let's say at home for these kids?
On the Good Side Health, yes, they actually provide those services at home. Unlike the other one, The
Like
teacher,
UTRGV?
they provide it in school as well as at home on a case-by-case basis.
Madam Board President, if I could just amend my motion really quickly to move to go out for procurement to provide this mental health service for students and staff.
Second.
Okay, so we're amending, you're rescinding your motion, the original motion because of the wording, and we're going to make a new motion for discussion and possible action for the board to begin the procurement process to provide mental health services for Weslaco ISD students.
And staff.
And staff.
And that recommendation will come from administration.
Yeah, the
based
vendor.
based on what is received from that proposal. Okay.
Are there other teletherapy mental health providers that you know of?
Yes, actually, Daybreak reached out to me, and of course, it costs money too, but the only thing that's free that reached out to me is the partnership with UTRGV. But yes, it's becoming
But the partnership
our
with
norm.
UTRGV is not for all kids, right? It's like for a certain population, or is it for every?
It's based on the agreed terms of services, it's open for all the students
And staff.
and staff.
A certain amount of number or everybody?
The limit service.
There's no limit.
There's no limit.
Okay, we got a little bit of different information.
Okay.
All right, well, I think we should still go out for procurement, see what's out there, and then compare it to UTRGV, and if we don't need it, we don't need it. If that's okay with the board.
Yeah, we can go out for procurement,
Dr. Rivera,
whoever.
we have- We have money budgeted or available?
Yes.
Okay.
Anything, yes, anything for our kids, to help our kids.
This is, yeah, this is using ESSER funds.
Yes, sir.
Ben, do you have a motion, Ben?
Okay.
Did you have the motion?
Yeah,
You have a
I
second?
already, but I'm.
Was it second?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
So, do we want to get real deep into Robert's Rules of Order, or you just want to accept my amendment?
No.
You
I
guys
think
are
we're
legal,
done.
you
We're
tell
done.
me.
Let's go through the procedure.
Yeah, if you get into,
Yeah. Go
under
through the
real
procedure.
Robert's Rules of Order, you have to, there's a motion,
To
my
rescind.
amended motion has to be approved, then it becomes the main motion.
That's right.
Okay.
That's what I was
So-
asking, Ben.
I will have to get a vote to amend,
To accept my amendment to the
to
motion.
accept the
yes.
amendment. So we're gonna take a vote to accept Mr. Castillo's amendment. And then,
I vote to accept his amendment.
Second.
you motion to accept his amendment, and I have a second from Mr. Los Santos.
Yes, he's gonna
And now-
rescind his
So
motion.
let's take a vote
Correct?
to accept his
Make
amendment.
sure, make sure I get the words right.
No, I amended it, so yeah, it's good.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo?
Aye.
Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee Nieto?
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos?
Aye.
Now,
Now
the
we vote on it.
motion
Yeah.
by Mr. Castillo and seconded by Mr. Nieto is to go out for procurement, to begin the procurement process to provide mental health services for Weslaco ISD students
That's that.
and staff. Okay, let's go ahead and take it to a vote. Trustee Rodriguez.
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar.
Aye.
Trustee Castillo.
Aye.
Trustee Trevino.
Aye.
Trustee Nieto.
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos.
Aye.
Motion passes. On to item J, discussion and possible action for the board to consider rescinding the action taken by the board on May 17, 2022 of the procurement method of construction for HVAC improvements projects district-wide, the board's delegation to the admin to rank the qualification statements and the criteria and points to be used for ranking the proposals. Dr. Rivera.
Yes, items J and K kind of go together to be able to do L. So on this item, the board approved design build at this meeting. So we're asking the board to rescind this because at the next meeting, on the design build, they approved a firm, but a contract was never executed.
Right.
So, in a simple manner, we're asking the board just to rescind this item.
I have a question. I abstained and I voted no. On one I abstained and the other one I voted no. So do I have to take action tonight, since I technically wasn't part of any of those items?
Doesn't have to.
As far as rescinding?
No.
No?
Legal? Legal says no, you don't have to.
Okay.
No, Dr. Rivera, you're doing this because you feel, in your opinion, that we need to follow something that's gonna be your call and
Yes.
Uh,
administration call?
Yes,
Well, we're gonna support, I'll support that.
yes.
My question, because we had already, what the information we've been given is that those ESSER funds were already going to be used for something else. So are we using those funds to put back into HVAC and not using it for?
Kind of what we were told by different people, Region 1 and attorneys, was that ESSER funds, the federal, they kind of frown on using a project, using design build on this kind of project.
Okay.
Anything over 250,000 is, you can't use a design build under ESSER funds, regulations.
Well, we were assigning
That-
22 million to it, so, and then we had
Well,
said.
that was discussed at the time too, but
Right.
but the administration at the time stated that that wasn't the case, even though it was, and then, that's why we're here now.
Right.
So
So-
now we're gonna,
We're
you're
going to
gonna
do it,
receive-
we're going to do it right.
Right.
So we do still have those 22 million that we
No.
had said we're not
No.
using?
No.
No. Okay, that was my
They were
confusion.
repurposed at a previous meeting.
Okay.
I'll move to rescind action taken by the board on May 17, 2022, in regards to the procurement method.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by trustee Rodriguez to rescind the action taken by the board on May 17 for the procurement method of construction for HVAC improvements, and a second by trustee Trevino. Do I have any further discussion? Okay, we'll take it to a vote. Please say aye or no if you approve or not. Trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo?
Aye.
Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee Nieto?
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos? Is.
You're not gonna vote.
Oh, that's right, you're not voting, okay. Motion passes. On to item K, discussion and possible action for the board to consider rescinding the action taken by the board on August 16, 2022 on admin's ranking recommendation for the proposal responses received for the design, build, construction of HVAC improvements projects district-wide, RFP number 22-06-27, Phase 2 of design build process. Dr. Rivera?
What happened here, again, is that the board approved a firm at a meeting. They approved, they were ranked number 1 for IG, but the contract was never executed. So the recommendation is to go ahead and rescind this one, because the contract was never executed, the design build part.
Do you have a motion?
I motion to rescind action taken by the board on August 16, 2022.
We don't have any legal ramifications?
None.
No, because the contract was
None.
never approved.
No contract was ever.
Because no contract was executed.
Right.
Second.
Second by Mr. Nieto. And the motion is to rescind the action taken by the board on August 16, 2022 on admin's ranking recommendation for the proposal responses received for the design build construction of HVAC improvements. We'll go ahead and take it to a vote. Trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo?
Aye.
Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee Nieto?
Aye.
And Mr. De Los Santos will not be voting on this either. Motion passes. On to item L. We have 3 parts to this, but I'm just going to read them all and then we can decide. Discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of a method of construction for the HVAC upgrades project for the 3 elementary schools, which are Memorial Elementary, Airport Elementary, and North Bridge Elementary. Number 1, we have board determination of a procurement method of construction that would provide the best value to the district for the project. Dr. Rivera?
Staff is recommending competitive seal proposals for this project.
So move.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Castillo and a second by Mr. De Los Santos to go with the procurement method of construction, which is the CSP, as recommended by administration. Do I have any discussion? We'll take it to a vote. Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo?
Aye.
Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee Nieto?
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos?
Aye.
Now, on to, motion passes. On to number 2, board determination to retain the authority to rank the proposals to be received for this project, or board delegation of their authority to the admin to rank the proposals to be received.
So move.
Have a motion by Mr. Castillo. Any second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Rodriguez, and your motion is for what? Which one? To rank the proposals or to delegate?
To delegate, sorry.
Okay, so the motion is to delegate the authority to the administration to rank the proposals. We'll go, any discussion? We'll take it to a vote. Trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo?
Aye.
Trustee Trevino.
Aye.
Trustee Nieto.
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos.
Aye.
Motion passes for the admin to rank the proposals. On to number 3, approval of criteria and points to be used for ranking the proposals. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Motion by Mr. Castillo. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Rodriguez to approve the criteria and points to be used for ranking the proposals as proposed on the agenda item. Do I have any discussion? We'll take it to a vote. Trustee Rodriguez.
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar.
Aye.
Trustee Castillo.
Aye.
Trustee Trevino.
Aye.
Trustee Nieto.
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos.
Aye.
Motion passes to approve the criteria and points. On to item M, discussion and possible action for the board to select one or multiple MEP engineering firms for the design and construction administration of the HVAC upgrades project for 3 elementary schools, which are Memorial Elementary, Airport Elementary, and Northbridge Elementary. Dr. Rivera.
Yes, you have the list. There's 3 groups, Group 1 and Group 2. If the board can select one.
Madam Board President, I'd like to make a motion for Trinity MEP Engineering.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Castillo to select Trinity Engineering. Do I have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Mr. Nieto to select Trinity Engineering to, for MEP firms to design and construct the HVAC upgrades for the 3 elementary schools. Do I have any discussion? No discussion? No question? Okay, we'll take it to a vote. Please say aye or no if you agree. Trustee Rodriguez.
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar.
Aye.
Trustee Castillo.
Aye.
Trustee Trevino.
Aye.
Trustee Nieto.
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos.
Aye.
Motion passes to have Trinity Engineering design and construct the HVAC upgrades for the 3 elementary schools. Item N, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval to renew and extend the contract for legal counsel services or approval to release an RFQ for legal counsel services. Dr. Rivera?
This is a call the board has to make. The board hires the superintendent, and the board hires the attorney. So it's your call.
I move to extend the contract for legal counseling services for Mr. Eloy Sepulveda.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Cuellar to extend the legal counsel services for Mr. Sepulveda. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second by Mr. Nieto. Any discussion?
I have a couple comments. One, I'm cool with Mr. Sepulveda, but just kind of some clarification on the roles. I believe that we have 2 law firms with the district right now. And I'd just like some clarification with respect to the role of the other law firm, and for if the board could consider maybe clarifying those today as well, since that item is on the agenda. Perhaps with Jones Galligan officially, I guess, assigning them special ed, HR matters, and other special issues that arise as determined by the superintendent and board president. I don't know if that's something that the board is okay with or not.
They already are on contract as needed.
Yeah, but you're saying to authorize and give them HR, special ed, whatnot?
Yes, sir.
But don't we already have somebody doing that as far as special ed?
That's Walsh Gallegos.
Okay.
I mean, we have them on an ad-need basis. Are we in a position to afford more counsel, in that respect?
Dr. Rivera?
That's the question I have.
I mean, I think the administration is the one that at times will select those that are on retainer, right? Depending on the situation, depending on the cases.
Yes.
That's correct.
Okay, any further discussion?
So to clarify those roles, we just leave it administration to decide that, or on a case-by-case basis?
Right.
For the second firm, correct?
Right.
They've been doing that, Doctor.
What's that?
The administration has been doing that.
Making that call?
Yes, sir.
Okay, well,
So in regards to special ed and
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
HR, they
That's
pretty
correct,
much.
yes.
I just don't want to tie Dr. Rivera's hands, in other words, that way the administration knows what firm to use. Because I asked the same question when I got on. I said, okay, wait a minute, there was like 4 or 5. And they said, okay, one's legal counsel, the others are as needed, depending on specialties and situations.
Correct.
And then I said, okay, I understood. And
I don't know if, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I don't want to lock.
So we're in agreement that instead of using Walsh Gallegos, using Jones Galligan?
Well, no, I'm just saying, he can,
But that'd be
at this
for
point, we have him
item.
choosing.
Right.
Footage, but trustee Castillo's saying that we lock it in, I guess, right? You're saying that we lock it in.
Well, to clarify those roles so that the administration is aware that they could use more than just one firm, if that makes sense. Because sometimes, like Dr. Rivera said, the board chooses the attorneys. So sometimes they feel that they're obligated to one firm, even though maybe they might not have that specialty or whatnot. So I just wanted to clarify that.
He's in the pool.
He's in the pool, and that the administration, if the board's okay with it, is able to use Jones Galligan for special ed and HR, and just kind of officially have that discussion as opposed to individual discussions with the superintendent.
I'm okay if we decide. We can decide if we need.
Did you guys get a chance to look
So
at
yeah, so we're adding them to the,
costs?
so just clarify, I guess, for everybody, we're adding them to the pool of attorneys that they can use for HR and special ed.
Yes, sir.
Correct.
No.
At administration discretion.
No, we're already aware of
Yes, sir.
what the fees are.
No, it's,
Did
I think,
you guys look at the email today? Did you?
First you gotta agree to, and then work what kind of contract or?
It's just an
Or extension of what
Well,
we
the
have.
extension, I know.
Right.
Okay.
And the other ones are just, I guess, as needed, and the administration would have to look at who they're gonna
We already
use.
have an agreement with Jones Galligan.
Like Dr. Rivera, or, would decide, okay.
Dr. Rivera, you okay with that? I'm okay with it.
My question to you guys is, did you get a chance to look at the legal fees that we've been paying these last couple of years that Dr. Rivera sent today?
Yes.
Yes, I saw them.
Everybody saw them?
Yes,
So everybody's okay?
yes.
That's on par.
Yeah, given the nature of how many meetings we've had and the assignments that have been given out, yeah, I think it will.
Okay, my only concern, because this is public info, is that we're paying double, I feel like. Because we have people, they're kind of like third parties, or, we're asking for help from other people.
Well, yeah, I mean, most of the stuff that we've hired the other people for are the grievances, and we've had close to 90 grievances in the last 2 years. And I can't represent the school board at level 1 and level 2. I represent the school board at level 3. So we have to hire a lawyer for 1 and 2.
Right, I'm just comparing the cost to all the other
That's
years
fine.
before, and I'm looking at the cost analysis, and I have seen, that it's significantly.
But I think when you take into account 2019, 2018, 2019, and you look at those numbers, and then you look at 2020, going into 2021, you're looking at the audit, you're looking at the transition and human resources. You're looking at all the massive issues, the grievances that we had, and we can go down the line. If we're gonna compare costs, because we're looking at rates, and you look at the invoice and you see the breakdown, and you see the explanation on those costs, and it's not double, but it is higher. It was a lot of work. We were here for hours. Before that, if you go back to 2018, you were having a meeting here for about an hour and 40 minutes tops. Then you jumped to 6 to 7 hours. 6 hours. One time we almost practically woke up
Yeah,
here.
but that was 2021,
But,
not
21 and
2022.
22. And if you look at that, I'm just saying we want to be fair to everyone and be factual. And so we're going to compare. You got to compare apples to apples. And the workload was significantly different in those times compared to now. And you're looking at 1/3 the cost of an increase versus double. So, but yes, I did look at the.
I don't have numbers to see if there was less grievances
We don't
now or
pay-
before. so
we
I
don't pay
can't know.
for you, when you're here right now, we don't,
No, I have a retainer.
We don't
3,000
invoice that,
Yeah,
right?
3,500, but don't forget, I mean, we were having meetings till 1, 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, we're getting the
We'd have
better
6
end of that deal, that's for sure.
Yeah.
But my only question is, when you bring another lawyer with you when there are non-grievances, is that normal practice for you? Or you just bring another attorney that's billing us by the hour when there's grievances?
That's normal practice.
Can we stop that? Because that is
That's
the
fine.
double billing part. Because
That's
we're already paying a retainer for you to be here, right? But then you're bringing another attorney that's billing us by the hour.
For the meeting?
Yes.
Okay, that's fine.
Like, does that make sense?
Yeah, that sounds sense, yes.
And
The only
if-
time they're billing is when they're here for a grievance.
Yeah.
And the third level. And,
Yeah, because
and they don't wanna
you
get-
need another attorney
Yeah,
to represent the
yeah.
administration.
They're here at 5:30, and, sometimes we're here till 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning. So they were billing. But, I'll stop it.
Well,
Fair enough.
not for grievances, because you
Yeah,
need them.
Of course, yes, yes, of course.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Cuellar and a second by Mr. Nieto to extend the contract for legal counsel services. Do I have any further discussion?
And the extension is what, for a year, or is,
2 years,
2
correct?
years, 2 years.
oh, okay.
Okay,
Okay.
any further discussion? All right, we'll go ahead and take it to a vote. Trustee Rodriguez.
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar.
Aye.
Trustee Castillo.
Aye.
Trustee Trevino.
Aye.
Trustee Nieto.
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos.
Aye.
Motion passes. On to item number 12, closed meeting to discuss
Thank you.
A,
Thank you.
Personnel Matters, Texas Government Code 551.074. Number 1, discussion regarding superintendent's recommendation on certified professional and non-contractual personnel. Number 2, discussion regarding superintendent's recommendation on resignations, retirements of certified professional and non-contractual personnel. Number 3, deliberation regarding the appointment, employment evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee. Texas Government Code 551.074 and 551.071.
I know you.
So we're gonna try it. A, discussion regarding superintendent's recommendation for termination of non-contractual at-will employee for the 2022-2023 school year. And B, consultation with attorney regarding A, pending or contemplated litigation, B, a settlement offer, or C, a matter in which the duty of attorney to the Weslaco ISD under the Texas Disciplinary Rules of Professional Conduct of the State Bar of Texas clearly conflicts with Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code, Texas Government Code 551.071A, discussion regarding cause C4322-22F. It is now 8:45 p.m. and it is time for closed session.
With that, use that hammer.
Give this to you.
9:39 PM, and we have reconvened in open meeting.
Oh, yeah.
We'll start with item 13, letter A, possible action, if necessary, on items discussed in closed meeting. I'm going to read all four, and then we can make a motion. 1, discussion and possible action regarding superintendent's recommendation on employment of certified professional and non-contractual personnel.
So moved.
Motion to approve? Do we do all of them and approve them, or we just approve them by one?
I'll make a motion for items 1, 2, 3, and 4.
There we go.
Second.
Okay, we'll do that. So a motion by Mr. Castillo to approve items 1, 2, 3, and 4, and a second by Mr. De Los Santos. I'll take it to a vote. Trustee Rodriguez?
Aye.
Trustee Cuellar?
Aye.
Trustee Castillo?
Aye.
Trustee Trevino?
Aye.
Trustee Nieto?
Aye.
Trustee De Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion passes for all four items on item 13, letter A, and last item, item 14, adjournment.
So moved.
Wait, we forgot one. Okay.
It is 9:40 PM.
Nate,
You said we forgot one?
Did we forget the cause number?
1, 2, 3, and 4?
I put 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
It's right here on
That's
4.
fine. Okay,
It's part of number 4.
okay.
But I mean, there was no action though, right?
That's fine, I just wanted to make sure.
We moved to no action.
Oh.